So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had Harem of DxD girls, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is High School DxD, A Hero's Arrival by Anthony Tyler 9. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Of all the things that you could tell me, what do you think that it would be? Would it be the fact that as a quirkless person, my kind would slowly run out of population? Would you tell me to off myself until I finally do it, or would you actually decide to stand up for me? Those are questions that I have been asked in my life by my main tormentor. But the one thing he told me was to kill myself in order to get a quirk in my next life. But that happens during school and near the end of the day, if that. But there is one thing that all humankind learns from either a young age, or near the end of their life. Not all men are created equal. I learned that as a 4-year-old when my best friend at the time took his anger out on someone else for telling him that the more he attacks others, he will become a villain. He did not take this well, and being the protector of the innocent that I am, I decided to cement that fact into him as I stood in front of the boy he hurt because they hurt his feelings. You see that boy staring at a small blonde-haired kid who slammed his fists into his hand? That is me, the me who is weak and incapable of fighting. After that fight with my old friend, he never was the same. But at the same time, I don't regret learning how to fight when my mother told me to learn from the Kendo martial arts dojo. And I never forgot what the martial arts did for me over the years. A male voice said, before remembering something. Sorry for not telling you, but my name is Midoriya Izuku, and I am currently a hero, although it isn't for humanity. It's for a different race that protects peace and harmony. It's the devils that I work for, and it's my job to make sure that they are protected from any enemies that wish to do them harm. This is my story of how I became one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Izuku was seen walking to school from the orphanage. He had been previously seen as a child as he protected his peers from Bakugo. And because of all his fights, the orphanage had paid for him to get martial arts classes since he has been coming back with bruises as well as burn scars on his body. He was currently walking to school as he tried to make sure that he was overly okay as he walked to school. He ran into a few villain attacks that happened across the prefecture of Musutafu, but he didn't mind them as they provided him some way of learning how to counter certain quirks. He arrived at his school as it was the final day for his class before they would be heading off to a hero school in order to learn how to become heroes for the country. Izuku was sitting in his seat as his teacher entered the room after overhearing how the boy was being berated by his peers and smiled as he entered the room. He talked about how the students should be paying more attention to the kind of career as well as universities that they should be trying to get into. Izuku had long since given up on his dreams of entering UA since Katsuki Bakugo, the blonde boy from the beginning of the story, had beaten that dream out of him. Now, Izuku just wishes for peace between Bakugo and the peers of his school to the point that he would outright fight the boy on it. They had also become somewhat rivals in terms of martial arts as Katsuki copied every move that Izuku took months of learning and used it with each and every attack he used, just amped up with explosive sweat that has nitroglycerin-like sweat. But in terms of both grades and martial prowess, Izuku was in the advantageous position as Bakugo had used him as a way to make himself better than the boy he hated. With Izuku not going to UA anymore, the boy hadn't stopped trying to bully and belittle him, just continued with his bullshit until he could do something more powerful today. As the class had finished with the last lesson of the day, Izuku was clearing up his desk as he turned in his papers of what school he was planning on going to. Kuo Academy? Why is a Deku like you trying to get into an all-girls school? What are you, a pervert now? The teacher asked, condescendingly. If you must know, they have opened their doors to the opposite sex in order to have their female students get to know what a normal school should be like, with male students walking their halls and only accept those with good grades. I am going through that school to become a quirk analyst as well as quirk counselor. Izuku said, as the teacher looked at him. There is no way that you are only doing it for that. You have always spouted about being a hero since the start of the year. What is bringing this on? The teacher asked, as Izuku stared at him. The fact that this school has done nothing but tear me down from the inside out and ask for my presence to just disappear from all the death threats I get in Musutafu from my peers. I am just looking for a change of pace, Izuku said, as he walked away. As Izuku was walking out of his school, Bakugo had shown up with at least 4 people with him as Izuku felt his presence before hearing him. Turning around to face the boy, Bakugo glared at him before accusing him. What is up with the change in plans? I thought you wanted to be a hero. Bakugo screamed at him as Izuku glared back. What? I thought you didn't want my presence at UA. Since you seem to hate me as much as you do, I might as well kill myself and blame you for it. You've told me to do that at least 3 times a week. Izuku said, as Bakugo looked at him with a concerned expression. Do you need to see a freaking doctor? Bakugo asked, as Izuku stared at him. What now you care about my mental health? The one time that I decide to do something other than try and go for a dream that you just belittle, cast me out from my peers, and just isolate me from making any kind of friends? I am done listening to you talking to me as if I am beneath you, Katsuki. You are acting like a villain all the time whenever we talk to one another, so why the freak should you start caring about me now? Izuku yelled, grabbing the boy's shirt and pulling him close. Freaking Deku, you have never given up on dreams, you are too stubborn to do it. Bakugo said, as Izuku stared him in the eye before stating. Well, it wasn't just you who beat it out of me, it was All Might as well. Izuku said, walking away. What do you mean All Might beat it out of you? Bakugo screamed as he followed Izuku. I mean, All Might saves my life from a sludge villain, then told me that my dream was basically an unrealistic dream and to go for other jobs that allow me to use my skills. Oh, wait. There is none, because the moment I ask for a job they ask about my quirk, and when they hear that I am quirkless they toss me out, stating that my presence wouldn't help them at all. So excuse me for trying to live a normal life until I eventually die of old age alone and forgotten by those who wish me dead from it. Good day, Bakugo. Izuku screamed back at the boy as he walked away. Bakugo stood there for a few moments before initiating a fight between the two of them by going for a fist filled with nitroglycerin sweat at the back of Izuku's head. Dodging to the right, the boy parries the blow and kicks Bakugo in the stomach, sending him backwards as his posse run after Izuku. The fight begins as a 5-on-1 as Izuku stares at each fighter, one who started to stretch his fingers, another who spawns fire from his arms, one who had telekinetic powers to lift boulders, and finally a boy who seemed to have a strength quirk. As Izuku stood in the middle of them as Bakugo moved forward leading the charge, the boy had launched towards Izuku as he dodged each and every strike until Bakugo landed a kick on Izuku's back as the boy had turned away from him, sending him tumbling towards the gate of the school. Getting up to his feet fast, because he knows that if he stays on the ground, they will beat him whilst he's down, he moves out of the way of a strength quirked punch into the ground as it craters. Izuku then punched the boy in the neck as he collapsed to the floor inside his own crater as Izuku turned to the other boys and got into a fighting stance that Bakugo learned was Izuku becoming serious. Getting into his own, the 4 remaining boys had launched at Izuku once more as the boy dodged long fingers trying to slice through his skin, a boy who launched flames from his arms, and some small boulders that Izuku punched towards Katsuki in order to keep him away. Izuku went for the telekinetic boy first by kicking him in the face, taking his concentration away from keeping up his quirk, with the kick to the face knocking the boy out. Izuku moved towards long fingers, breaking said fingers on each hand as he then pulled the boy close and using a chop to the neck to send him to the ground temporarily. The final boy launched fire as he teamed up with Bakugo in order to allow the boy to sweat more as he attacked Izuku. Everything was quiet as both boys entered a deadly dance of nitroglycerin-like sweat-induced explosions as well as quirkless fighting. Izuku punched to Bakugo's right as the boy exploded the face of Izuku in order to flip behind the boy as Izuku immediately changed his style and kicked in the air, landing on the boy's stomach, sending him tumbling to the ground as Izuku used his high agility to attack the flaming boy. Pulling out a water bottle, he splashed the boy in the face as well as arms as it put him out for the moment, and he launched a barrage of punches to his gut, sending him to the ground. Turning around to look at Katsuki, the boy was struggling to get up from the ground as he wiped his mouth of sweat as well as drool. Getting back up, he pointed his hand at Izuku as he charged a massive amount of his sweat into his hand as he placed his other one behind it in order to make up for the recoil on his arm. On the other side of Musutafu, a small orphanage was at heavy-duty work as they prepared for a family to come. They had talked about adopting Izuku for a while and had prepared a room for him as their son had died earlier that week and never returned. They had been feeling bad for the loss of said son and couldn't have another child as it would literally kill their wife. In fact, the same family was standing in front of the orphanage at the moment as they both entered the area. Wow, this orphanage looks promising. Not like the other ones that have snotty brats that would drive us up the walls. A male asked as he looked to his wife as she seemed to have a dead look in her eyes. Goru, why are we even here? I thought that we were going to try for another baby? The woman asked as Goru sighed. Mickey, you know that you can't have another child without risking your death in the hospital. We just have to see if we can find the right child that brings the same kind of life to you like Issei once did. I know that he turned out to be a pervert growing up and was killed protecting a little girl from a villain attack, but we know that if he didn't, another family wouldn't have their baby girl. I mean, she was only 5 years old. Think about how devastated they'd be, Goru said, as his wife nodded her head. Sorry Goru, I just think that all this searching for the right one is making me tired. Mickey said, as they knocked on the door. As they waited for a response, they looked at the surroundings, and found it to be utterly lacking in terms of conditions. As the door opened up, they found a sweet old lady at the door smiling at them as she ushered them in. Walking towards the office where she talked to the family, she begins to talk about the amount of children living in her orphanage. Madam, we are searching for a boy or girl who was the same age or younger than our own child of Issei Hyodo. I believe that you remember what happened to him. Goru asked, as the woman nodded. I know, it must be hard to lose your child to an attack like that. But I can assure you that there is only one boy here who is around that age. His name is Midoriya Izuku. He is a lonely child who has been trained in the Kendo dojo of martial arts. He has been trained for so long that he has personally taken to training the little ones in order to keep them safe from bullies. But there might be an issue with him at the moment. The old woman said, as she sighed. What is wrong? Mickey asked, her motherly instincts telling her something bad was about to be said. That boy may be quirkless, but he had given up on becoming a hero. He always wanted to be a hero without a quirk, but he was beaten down by our society as well as his peers enough that he has lost the light of hope of being a hero for someone. He has very little self-preservation that if a child is in the middle of the road, he will do his very best to save them. At the cost of his body and mind, he also will not die. I have seen him sustain injuries that required recovery girls stating that he should be dead, and he still came back from that. The old woman said. Well, where is he at? Mickey asked, as the ground seemingly rumbled. What was that? Mickey called out, as all 3 adults had run out of the building to see what happened. Oh no, the old woman gasped, as she began to run. What is going on? Goru asked, as he ran after the woman as Mickey stayed at the building to care for the kids for the moment. 2 running next to the woman, Goru asked his question again. Ma'am, as much as I would like to see what is going on, can you tell me what that explosion was? Goru asked, as he ran to keep up with the woman. That was one of Izuku's primary bullies. That boy has an explosion quirk that is as bad as his ego. In fact, his ego is tied heavily to his quirk to the point that he won't take a loss without doing something petty in return. That boy released a massive explosion resulting in a minor earthquake, the old woman said, as she paused at the end. That is a recipe for disaster. Goru said, as the old woman nodded. They turned around the corner to see a horrid sight in front of them. A massive crater as well as 4 bodies on the ground in different areas as the massive crater was right in front of the gate, and the teachers of the school they arrived to were running outside. Equals 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 equals. Izuku watched as Bakugo released his explosion on campus and had attacked him with a full-powered attack of his quirk. He jumped out of the way in order to protect himself from the damage that would do, and he then thought of something horrifying. He could have killed me with that. Looking at Bakugo in a new light, he stared at the boy as the smoke cleared up to reveal his arm burned slightly as he breathed heavily. He ran to the boy as he knocked him out with as much power to the nape of his neck as possible. As soon as the boy slumped to the ground in pain, Izuku sighed in relief as he placed the other kids in a pile near the edge of the barrier of the school. He started to walk towards the exit when he heard shuffling behind him, and as he looked behind him, he saw Bakugo looking at him with a lucid expression on his face. "Hey, I am the strongest hero there is," he said, as he pointed his only available arm towards the pile of bodies where Izuku had placed them. Running towards them for fear that they'd be killed by the blast of Bakugo's quirk, Bakugo activated his quirk once more as a massive explosion even bigger than his first one had been set off and was coming his way. This one packed way more power as Izuku placed himself in front of the attack's way as he crossed his arms in front of his face as he protected himself from the attack. He felt the pain of the nitroglycerin landing on his body as they burned his skin, and then exploding on his arms, legs, chest, back as well as near his feet. With the explosions on his whole body as well as surroundings, he protected his classmates from death at the hands of Bakugo. But at the same time, he had taken the hit for them and was going to be placed in the hospital. As the smoke cleared, he found the teachers coming towards Bakugo as Izuku started to breath heavily as he saw the damage on his body. "Hey, not bad. Not bad at all. I thought that would kill me, but whatever. I guess my pain tolerance has been increased to the point that even if Bakugo wanted to kill me, he couldn't even do it," Izuku said, as he took stock of his situation. Moving towards the exit, he found the old woman who took care of him for 17 years of his life as she ran over to him. As he took another step, he fell to the ground as all the pain from Bakugo's attack had come in at full force as Izuku scrunched his face as his eyes showed all kinds of pain all before passing out. An ambulance would be called over as Izuku would be taken to the hospital as his body was covered in third-degree burns. The old woman would have pressed charges, but Aldera High School had powerful lawyers and there was nothing she could do to get back at the school, especially since Izuku didn't want to bring everyone's chances of becoming a hero down with him. Waking up in a hospital was not what Izuku expected to see happen in his life again. Not after the beating he got from Recovery Girl for scaring the shit out of her after waking up with having multiple bones broken in his body after saving a 3-year-old little boy who had stepped into the road to get his ball. Sitting up from his bed in the hospital room, he looked around to see who was here with him this time, only to be surprised to see 2 adults with brown hair as they were sleeping on some chairs. Pushing a button to call the nurse to his room, he had no idea what was happening, but he would like to know why 2 strangers are in his room at the moment. It wasn't long before a nurse came into the room. And it was one he knew very well considering she became his primary physician. "You have a lot of nerve collapsing from multiple third-degree burns all over your body, young man," the old woman yelled as she woke up his guests. "Sorry about how you found me. I wasn't trying to be hit with an explosion," Izuku said, looking away. "I know, dearie, but you really need to make sure that you tell us who did that in order to place him behind bars," Recovery Girl said, as Izuku shook his head. "I am not giving up his name, it would ruin his chances to become a hero. I do not and will not be the root cause for his dreams being crushed," Izuku said, looking at the bed, holding his hands in fists. "Well, far be it from me to force you to tell me. Anyway, these 2 are going to be your guardians from now on," Recovery Girl said, as Izuku gave her a look. "Are you playing a joke on me, Recovery Girl? Because I am not taking it as a joke, nor am I laughing about it," Izuku said, deadpanning at her. "Don't tell me that, as them. They were the ones who wanted to adopt you," Recovery Girl said, walking out of the room. Looking at the 2 in question, Izuku stared at them for a few moments as he gathered some information based on how they look. The man looked like he was suffering behind his eyes, had a job that was either taking advantage of him or he was loving his job. Then there was the woman. She seemed so dead inside, as if she lost someone close to her, and it couldn't be her husband since the man next to her was probably that or a boyfriend. They were both old as well, so they could have been married for a long time and are asking for another child. So, what is the reason you want me?" Izuku asked, as he watched their reactions. "I'm sorry for not getting to your side to help you. My name is Goro Hyodo. And this is my wife Miki Hyodo, and we lost our son Issei a while back, about a year ago. It devastated Miki to the point that she was near catatonic, and I had tried to get her to come back to her old self. But she never did until now. She had never acted on motherly instincts until she heard about you. We can only hope that you accept us as your guardians for the future," Goro said, as he looked at Izuku. "Where do you both live?" Izuku asked. "We live in Kuo Town. There is a school there where you can learn how to become whatever you wish to become from the surrounding university once you graduate from that school. It is a normal high school that is more like an American high school. Miki said, as she fretted over his burned body. If you live in Kuo town, then I might as well get my belongings since I was already planning on going to Kuo Academy. Izuku said, smiling at them. It wasn't a happy smile, but it was a close-mouthed smile. The duo smiled at him as they pulled him for a hug as he stiffened considerably. He never had motherly love from someone who was old enough to be his mother before. And before long he melted into the hug as he dropped a single tear from his eye. A singular thought now was mumbled out loud. I have never had a mother before. As Izuku was recovering in the hospital, Goru and Miki had returned to the orphanage as they had to finish up the paperwork in adopting Izuku into their family. Izuku had been more kept to himself as they had been talking with him before leaving, informing them about his apparent disapproval of All Might after his meeting a few weeks before the whole fight with Bakugo. Once the paperwork was complete, they had returned to the hospital as the doctors gave the boy a clean bill of health as they helped him into their car and drove towards Kuo town where they lived. As they were driving, Izuku had elected to take a nap in order to reserve his energy in order to keep himself from doing anything too confusing. As he was sleeping, the guardians of him looked at him with mere glances as they noticed that his curly green hair with black roots was flowing with the wind that was moving about the inside of the car. Smiling at his sleeping face, Miki Hyodo had placed her hand over his cheek as she rubbed it softly, getting a reaction out of Izuku as his body leaned into the touch as if he was touch-starved. She cooed at the action as she continued to rub his head as well as ruffle his hair in order to keep him asleep as she acted on her motherly instincts. Goru would watch the interaction as he drove with glances as he smiled to himself. His wife was coming back to who she originally was and he was happy for her own recovery. They were closing in on Kuo town as they were smiling at the small town. There wasn't as many villain attacks as there were in Musutafu Prefecture, but it was a nice and quiet town. With Izuku not going to Aldera Junior High, the boy could continue to train himself as well as learn in an actual environment that is surrounded by those who are similar to him. Goru couldn't wait for the boy to come home with a girlfriend, or maybe a boyfriend for the first time as he smirked to himself. He knew that the boy was straight, unlike his son who somehow had managed to fall in love with a boy at the same school he went to. 9 equals 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 equals. Izuku looked at his surroundings as he tried to discern where he was at the moment. He had been sleeping in Goru's car as he was resting in order to preserve some energy for himself to explore the city with his new parents. It felt so weird to say that though, his original parents didn't want him, but this one felt like he could stay with them no matter what. Looking around himself, he found everything was white in color as he walked through the entire dimension looking around. It was here that red flames started to completely take over the dimension as Izuku turned to find where and who was making these flames inside the area. Looking up, he found some jade green eyes staring at him with a mirth in their eyes as they chuckled at his confused expression. I have been waiting for you to show your true self, partner. Color me surprised with how merciful you are to a T. I have been wanting to speak to you for a while, but sadly you won't be capable of talking to me until you activate me. Until then, if you feel the need to get stronger, call out to me using this name, the giant dragon said, as he revealed his full form. He was a massive western dragon that was crimson red in color for his scales, and he had golden horns on the top of his head. His voice was very similar to All Might's very own tone of speaking, but it was more gentle than that of his original idol. Who are you? Izuku asked, as the dragon lowered his head to stare at him in the face. 5 equals 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 equals. Waking up with a start, Izuku gasped for air as he looked at his left hand as he felt it pulsate. He shook his head as he tried to come to terms with whatever that was in his dreams, but he hoped that whatever it was would really be real. Getting out of the bed that was for his room, he found that the room was more or less a pigsty and filled to the brim with pornography. Standing up from the bed, he started to clean everything up, throwing the porn away as he stretched his arms, and pulled out a lighter. Lighting some of the porn on fire, he placed it in a burn barrel in the backyard as he watched all the porn essentially burn in a blazing glory. Whoever was their previous son was a hopeless pervert. I will make sure to make them proud and stay away from the perversion, Izuku said to himself as he watched the porn burn in the flames. As he watched the flames, he decided to use that heat in order to start training his body in order to become stronger than he was the previous day. His pain tolerance was already dangerously high, and he needed to make sure that he could fight against villains without getting hurt too badly. He was going to the test taking at Kuo Academy in a day, so he needed to clear his head after training his body and mind. Once he finished running around the backyard around 100 times, he moved over to do some push-ups and sit-ups as well as pull-ups in order to work his entire body out. In order to get stronger, he needed to increase his overall strength as well as endurance to stay in a fight. Once his impromptu training session was complete, he started to study for the test of Kuo Academy in order to make sure that he got the best scores possible to join the prestigious school. As soon as night came along, Izuku had went to sleep as he thought about the dream he had the previous day during the drive to Kuo town. He hoped that it was all just a dream that he needed to wake up from soon in order to not be led down the hard way. The next morning came fast as Izuku woke up in a room that certainly wasn't his. He made sure to remember that he was just adopted so the room won't feel like it was his until far later. Leaving the room, he told Goru and Miki that he was heading to Kuo Academy in order to take their tests in order to see if he could get into their school. They bid him farewell as Izuku moved across the town towards the only high school in the area, and as soon as he found himself on the campus grounds he was immediately surrounded by women. "What are you doing here?" one of the girls commanded. I am here to take the test to enter your school." "They are making it multiple gender school now, right?" Izuku asked as the girls stared at his eyes. Seeing that his question was genuine and not a trap, the girls allowed him to enter with the promise that if he does anything that is classified as perverted, they will beat him up. And he retorted to them that he doesn't really like perverts but will do his best to not do anything perverted. Entering the school's gym, he sat down in the chair designated as his own by his name on the seat, and he waited for the exams to begin. Within the next hour about 1,000 boys had entered the gym as they sat down in their seats, but there was a couple of boys near the back that were mumbling about the women in this school. Shaking his head at that, he might have not really liked perverts, but these guys openly stated that they were perverted, so the girls can take care of them should they be capable of entering. As the test began, the proctors had been keeping an eye on the men in order to make sure that they weren't cheating, but one of them, a woman with brown hair that was long enough to reach near her lower rear, had kept her eye on Izuku with a concerned expression in her eyes. He seemed to be mentally suffering, and he kept it really well hidden from others to the point that it didn't even seem to be bothering him. As soon as the test was over, Izuku had left his paper on the table face down in order to prevent others from cheating by using his answers at the last second. As he walked out of the building, the other boys were being shown around the place as they looked at the number of buildings within the school grounds. Izuku kept looking at an old building that was giving off creepy vibes as he shook his head as he thought it was nothing. As he followed the proctor showing them around, Izuku never noticed how a white-haired girl was following after him as he walked. They moved around the entire campus as Izuku pulled out a bento in order to keep himself fed for the day that was ahead of him. He was about to eat some of his food when he saw a white-haired girl who was seemingly watching him from afar as he lifted his bento in the air as the girl seemingly startled and moved closer. "You want to share some lunch with me?" Izuku asked, as the girl merely nodded. Pulling out her own bento, she started to eat as they shared the spot in peace and quiet. He didn't know why she was keeping an eye on him, but he didn't mind the company. He would take it with stride when she would eventually leave him for his disability, and he wouldn't prepare his heart for heartbreak since he knew that it was inevitable. It had been beaten into him that nobody would live a quirkless person, they were useless, wastes of space, and should be exterminated from all life. As he was mentally falling apart, the small girl was watching his expression with confusion as she felt from his aura that he was becoming increasingly more and more depressed. She kept herself close to him when she felt another aura that was seemingly trying to calm the boy down. It was that of a dragon. And she instinctively had lowered her guard because of his kind nature, and for some reason she wanted to stay close to him in order to stay warm. His aura was completely warm as well, keeping her from becoming cold in the early winter morning. Once they finished eating their lunch, They moved about the campus as they looked at all the activities that they could do in the future. She was genuinely surprised when he saw the kendo club fighting it out in the gym as he took notes on their fighting forms. She was impressed with the knowledge he was expressing in the notebook as she stayed near him for the remainder of the day. It seemed to not bother him as he seemed to relax more in her presence than the presences of the other girls and boys. They were leaving the school together when the girl spoke up to Izuku. "Name's Koneko Toujou. What's yours?" she asked, as she stared at Izuku. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. Is Koneko your last name?" Izuku asked, as Koneko shook her head in a negative connotation. "What do you want me to call you, Toujou-chan?" Izuku asked, as Koneko spoke. "Just call me Koneko," she said, bluntly. "All right, Koneko-chan," Izuku said, as he ruffled her hair. As they split up from one another, she kept an eye on his disappearing form as she projected her aura on him in order to mark him as under Gremory's protection. She walked back to the school to inform her leader about how he felt up close and personal as she walked around the school with him earlier that day. It had been a few days since Izuku had been at Kuo Academy in order to see if he could make it into the school. He had gotten a letter notice that he was accepted and that his uniform would arrive within the next week. So during that week Izuku had trained himself as he asked if he could get a wooden bakken in order to learn how to fight with a blade. Goro and Mickey had looked at one another confused, but they just let it go as the boy was seen training outside with it as he tried his best to master the blade on his own without a master to train him. They were proud that he wasn't a pervert like their previous son and was hoping that he would be capable of making friends at this new school. It was now the first day of school and Izuku had gotten his uniform on and was making his way towards the door of the house as he looked at Goro and Mickey with trepidation. "You look handsome, young man. Inform us how your first day went," Mickey said, as she smiled at him. "I will, Mrs. Hyodo. See you when school is over," Izuku said, closing the door. "It's nice to see you happy, Mickey," Goro said, as he got ready for work. "See you after work, honey," Goro said, as he left the home. Izuku walked towards the school as he was thinking about how he got to this point in his life. He had been abused by his peers his entire life and he finally found a family who wanted him. Everything was going perfectly, and he could finally find peace and quiet in a school. "Get back here, you perverts!" A group of girls screamed as they ran past him, chasing two boys in particular. Izuku looked at the disappearing forms of the group in question, as he shrugged his shoulders as he had better things to do other than save a couple of perverts from the girls. He was entering the classroom as he looked for his assigned seat in the room and found himself near the back where he could study without being seen. He smiled to himself as he sat down in his seat, pulling out his notebooks about heroes and villains as well as how these notebooks talked about their quirks. He added information about certain heroes and villains as they debuted. It wasn't long before the first class of the new school year had begun and Izuku placed his notebook away as he started to take notes on the classwork. He was so caught up in his note-taking that he never noticed how two girls in his class were staring at him in shock of his muttering. It was time for lunch as Izuku walked out of the building as he made his way over to a cherry blossom tree in order to rest underneath it. He always prioritized peace over eating any day of the week so that he could get a slight nap over it. As he was about to fall asleep, he found the white-haired girl standing over him again as she stared into his fluttering eyes as they were closing. Her face got a little bit closer when his eyes suddenly became slits as he stared at her more vividly. "What are you doing here, Koneko-chan?" Izuku asked, as he nearly fell asleep right there. "Was making sure that you weren't falling asleep. Lunch only lasts for about an hour," the girl bluntly said, as Izuku sighed. Sitting up, he pulled out his bento as he placed it next to himself as he revealed his katsudon to her as she stared at it in awe. "You can have a bite of it if you want," Izuku said, looking away. The girl used her chopsticks to grab a piece of the katsudon in order to test it out, and she could immediately tell that this boy was one to keep. "Can you make me a lunch every day as well?" Koneko asked, looking at him. "Why, my food can't be that good," I just follow the recipe for it and just keep it heated up at the right temperature," Izuku said, as the girl finished her bite really fast. The two ate their lunch in peace as the day continued. As soon as the school day was over, Izuku was seen leaving the campus and heading home as he stretched his body. He was walking down the road towards his home with the Hyodo family as he smiled to himself. His life was finally turning around, but that was when everything returned to pain and suffering in a moment. He felt a presence that was malicious in nature and found a woman in a black two-piece swimsuit that did nothing to hide her assets. She had black wings coming from the back of her back as she floated in the air nearby. "So you are this current generation's Red Dragon Emperor. You haven't seemed to have awakened your sacred gear, so I will kill you now," the woman said, as she pulled out a red light spear that was jagged. She threw it at Izuku, and as he watched the spear get closer and closer, he noticed how it was seemingly slow in coming to him. And as he reached out to grab it, he was able to touch it before holding on to it before using the momentum that the spear had that was dragging him on the ground to spin his body around and throw it back at its user with just as much power. As soon as the spear came close to the woman who was floating in the air, she dodged just in the nick of time as she glared at him hatefully. "So you have some training, you won't be capable of killing me," the winged woman said, as she flew towards him. Izuku got into a fighting stance as he prepared for a fight to the death with this certain villainess. As she pulled out a light dagger, she started to swing her arms around in a frenzy as Izuku ducked and dodged out of the way before kicking her in the gut, sending her skidding backwards. Running towards her with a surprising amount of agility, he was on her before she could even try to escape from him when he punched her in the face before spin-kicking her into the ground. As she bounced from the ground, he grabbed her face and slammed her into the ground multiple times as she cried out in pain as he then tossed her in the air and kicked her across the courtyard. He looked around to see if anyone was around to see this when he saw that the sky was purple and black in color. "What is going on here?" he muttered to himself. How are you this as strong?" Quote. The winged woman called out angrily. "I have been training since I was a young child. I won't have myself be taken down without a fight," Izuku said, settling into his fighting stance again. He was completely calm as he and the girl moved about the area in a small circle as she started to use her true speed. Instincts were now what were keeping Izuku in the fight as he was dodging each strike with barely being cut on his clothes as well as skin. The power of the light dagger that she was using was applying a small sting to his skin that he could easily power through. Kachan's explosions were more powerful than her light spear daggers. Their fight became a deadly dance as the two fought for supremacy in order to survive the night. Eventually Izuku won out in their little battle as he landed multiple blows to her solar plexus as he pinned her to the ground where she couldn't hold her hands in front of her. They were positioned on her back where if she used her power, she would impale herself before even impaling him. "Why are you after me? Speak now or I might actually try and kill you, which is not what I want," Izuku said, as he growled audibly in her ear. How can a useless human even beat me? I am Rainier, one of the surviving members of the Great War," Rainier cried out as Izuku pulled a little on her arm. Izuku's mind was going a mile a minute as he tried to comprehend this great war that she was talking about, before he noticed that she was struggling even more. As he tightened his grip on her, she started to struggle free, and she twisted her hand enough that she could make her spear and impale him in that moment. As she took that chance, Izuku felt his lower abdomen be pierced, as he grunted in more than slight pain. Deciding to keep the spear there to stop the bleeding from getting worse, Izuku jumped back from the woman as he felt sluggish in his movements. "I will not allow someone, not even a worthless human, a waste of space like you to defeat me. I am a survivor of the fallen angel faction from the Great War. I will not be killed here," she called out, as she recalled her spear from his stomach. As his blood was pulled out from his body, he fell to a knee as he coughed up globs of blood from his mouth as he stared at the woman landing before himself. "You are just too dangerous for my kind, and Lord Azazel will be proud of me for taking you out before you became a problem in the future," Rainier said, readying her spear to pierce him again. That was when Izuku stood up to full height of 5 feet 5 as he punched her in the gut again. Coughing up saliva, she dropped her spear as Izuku walked sluggishly over to it and leaned down to grab it. As soon as it was in his hands, He walked back to Rainier as he glared at her back. Unknown to him, his eyes became slits as he walked over to the girl with fury in his eyes. Standing behind her now that she was on the ground coughing up her insides, he slammed the spear into her own stomach as she coughed up blood now. Looking behind herself, she saw the nearly dead eyes of her target staring at her in fury as well as indifference as he pulled out the spear as she fell to the ground in pain. He then stabbed the spear into her head, killing her instantly and turning her into a massive explosion of black feathers. As soon as he looked at the feathers on the ground, he chuckled to himself as he thought it was nearly impossible. Hey, he, I guess I fought a fallen angel from legend. I guess the world still wishes to freak me over, Izuku said, as he walked down the courtyard to leave. As he was about to leave the park, his body decided to then give out as he collapsed to the ground, and he pulled himself to the wall. Welp, I guess I couldn't stay alive long enough for Miki Hyodo and Goro Hyodo to love me like a family, Izuku said, coughing up more blood. As he was nearly losing consciousness, he never noticed how a red magic circle was appearing right next to him as a woman with blood-red hair looked around the area before coming to him. Oh no, I can't believe that you were attacked. But from what it looks like you defeated the attacker. Don't worry, you'll be safe. I know where you live as well. Please save me from my problems and protect me, the feminine voice said, as he blacked out. Izuku woke up in his bedroom and he looked around the place as he shook his head in confusion. What in the world just happened? Izuku mumbled out loud. Walking out of his bedroom in nothing but his pants, he enters the kitchen where Miki was making breakfast for them all. Morning, sweetie. How was your day yesterday? She asked, looking at him with a motherly smile. It was fine. Just wondering if what I experienced last night was a dream, Izuku said, as Miki and Goro looked at him. What was this dream about? Goro asked. I was walking around town and in the park, I was attacked by this weird girl with black wings. She started talking about how I was a threat to their cause, and started to fight me. I fought back, of course, and managed to kill her in self-defense, Izuku said, as his whole body shuddered from remembrance. What happened to that girl who attacked you? Miki asked, concerned. For some reason when I impaled her with her own light spear, I think she called it, she blew up in a mass of feathers, Izuku said, as he pulled out a notebook and sketched the girl he saw that previous night. When he finished the sketch, he showed his guardians as they seemingly recognized the girl immediately. Oh my, this beautiful girl attacked you. I can't believe the Fujiyoshis had their daughter attack you like that, Miki said, angrily. Don't worry about it, Miki-san, it was probably a dream, Izuku said, as the woman nodded her head. Getting ready for school after showering, Izuku headed towards the school as he prepared himself for a long day of schoolwork. Entering the classroom, he found himself looking at one of his classmates more closely. He was a handsome young man with tan, blonde hair and a beauty mark under his left eye. He also had either teal or gray eyes that showed his compassion towards the other girls of the school. Compared to that boy, Izuku was more like a delinquent who protected the peace of the school, like the student council's guard dog. Izuku tended to get into fights with other younger guys, as they had been talking about the girls in a really perverted way, and Izuku had fought for their right to be treated as people, not as objects. It was what earned him the nickname Delinquent Protector. Equals 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 equals. School was over and Izuku was making his way back home again. He had been noticing how he was more or less sluggish during the day, and now that the sun was going down, more active. Shrugging this off as his body adjusting more to be a night owl, he continued on his way back home, going through the courtyard of Kuo Park. Standing near the fountain in the middle, he thought back to the dream he had the previous night and was brought back to the fight he had with the black-haired woman. Fallen angel, Izuku asked himself, before shaking his head. Just then his instincts told him to dodge out of the way, and as he jumped away he found a blue spear of light in the ground in a small crater where he was last standing. Damn, didn't think that you'd notice my presence. If you did, then I really need to work on my stealth, A man called out, as Izuku looked towards where the voice came from. Another one, Izuku asked, as the man looked at him. Another one. Oh, so you were the one who killed Rainier, gotta say that was pretty cool. But that was just luck, I am more powerful than she was, so it will be a lot harder to kill me, you bastard. The fedora-wearing man said, before revealing his black wings. So are you a fallen angel? Izuku asked, pulling out a notebook. Yes, I am Donnaseek, and this is where you die. He called out, as Izuku placed his notebook away as the fallen angel threw his spear at Izuku. Moving his body in a way to have his vitals out of the way, he reached his hand out and grabbed the spear when he felt a searing pain in his left hand. It was nothing compared to Kachan's explosive sweat searing through his skin whilst still heated though. Ha, you were burning yourself from that stray. Your master doesn't seem to be around here, so that means you are one. Devils can't handle the power of light-based people. Donnaseek called out, as Izuku gripped the spear harder. Then something surprised Donnaseek. In all his life he had never seen a human, nor devil destroy his light spears. It was something that he spent all his time perfecting. So when Izuku squeezed his spear so tight that it literally broke in his hand, the fallen angel stood there with a concerned but confused expression on his face. How did you break that spear? Nobody barring fallen cadre class beings could break it apart with their strength alone. Donnaseek called out, Oh, I've felt searing pain before, similar to burning. This is nothing compared to the burning sensation that nitroglycerin sweat that is superheated does to the human body. Izuku said, as he grabbed the two pieces of the spear and threw them back at the fallen angel. My strength has increased as well, I guess being a devil would do that to someone like me. I wonder though, who turned me into a devil? Izuku thought as the fallen angel flew towards him with the intent to kill. I will make sure you pay. He called out, as Izuku entered a combat stance. As the man overextended his strike to pierce Izuku's chest, the boy moved just fast enough that it would only graze his chest, causing a small cut to appear through his shirt. He would then grab the man's arm, pull him into a knee to the solar plexus before gripping his wrist and flinging him over his shoulder and landing on the ground behind himself, sending the air out of the fallen's chest. Izuku then jumped back away from the fallen as he thought about what to do next. He had been the target of 2 fallen angels in the last week, and all he really wanted was some peace and quiet. The fallen finally regained his breath as he stood back up as he cracked his neck as well as bones in his body before smirking. I gotta say, your fighting prowess is second level. But you are still nothing compared to the might of the fallen angels. Donnaseek said, before visibly disappearing from Izuku's sight. Relying on his senses, Izuku closed his eyes as he tried to use smell as well as hearing to find where his opponent was. Then he heard the distinct sounds of a light spear being created behind him as he twisted his body around to dodge the attack whilst sending a kick at his opponent's ribs, sending him skidding across the park. Is there really a reason as to why you guys keep attacking me? I have done literally nothing wrong, Izuku said, as he tried to find out why he was being targeted for extermination. Your sacred gear hasn't awakened yet, but the fact you took one of us out means that you are a threat that needs to be exterminated. Donnaseek said, pulling out 2 light spears. Letting his body slump a little, Izuku spoke up to the fallen angel. Well, you guys are the ones who keep attacking me, how else do you expect me to? Defend myself, Izuku asked, as the fallen made sure to flew at him at a faster speed before answering. Because you caused the death of one of our kind already. We will not allow you to live longer than that, Donnaseek called out, as he was blasted in the back, landing in front of Izuku. The boy looked over to see a girl with long crimson-colored hair and teal-colored eyes. She then spoke. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't attack my servants, the girl said, as Izuku stared at her for a second longer. Rias Gremory, Donnaseek called out, standing back up in front of Izuku. The man towered over Izuku, who stood only at 5 feet 5 as the man stood at 6 feet. Didn't know he was a part of your peerage, princess. Well, make sure to keep an eye on him, otherwise someone might target him for extermination, Donnaseek called out, lifting himself into the air. I am well aware of that, the woman who was apparently called Rias Gremory said. Not to sound like the odd one out, but can you all tell me why I was being targeted? I have been literally out of the loop since that Rainier girl attacked me literally 2 days ago. Izuku said, as everyone looked at him. I will get to you in a minute, Midoriya-san. Now Donnaseek, will you be remaining in Kuo town for the foreseeable future? Rias asked, staring at the fallen. No, my leader was killed by your servant, and I will not stay in your territory. It was her decision to attack him, and I was only coming out here for vengeance. Donnaseek said, as he began to flee. My name is Donnaseek, and I pray that our meeting never happens again. The fallen said, as he disappeared in a flock of feathers. As Rias and some of her peerage were conversing with one another, Izuku stared at them as if this was the first thing he had ever heard of in his life. All right, can you come with us, Midoriya-san? Rias asked. It was all quiet when Rias noticed something about Izuku. Are you? She couldn't finish her question since Izuku fainted from the multiple amounts of shock that he witnessed. Izuku woke up inside his bedroom again, but this time he felt something weird about his room again. Was that a dream again? Izuku mumbled out loud, as he got out of bed. Looking down at himself, he noticed that he was without his clothes as he shrugged it off, as he probably went to bed thinking his body was too warm. Getting his clothes on, he left the room in order to get some breakfast, completely unaware of the girl he left behind in his room on his bed as she got up from under the covers with a pout. I was supposed to inform him about what happened, she said, as she teleported out of there. Izuku was entering his classroom when he noticed how there was a red-haired girl standing near his desk asking some of the students where someone she was looking for was. He sat down at his desk and had begun his thinking process as he thought about the dream he had last night. It was similar to the Rainier one where he defeated a fallen angel, but this time a girl named Rias Gremory was there to defend him. He didn't get to think about it more when the same girl he saw in his dream stood in front of him with a slightly angered pout on her face. You know, it would do you some good to wake up to a girl in your room, she said, pouting. What do you mean? Izuku asked, completely oblivious to what she was talking about. I was in your room this morning, and I was going to inform you about what you needed to know, she said, as she continued to pout at him. See, can we continue this conversation later? I would like to do some schoolwork, Izuku said, as he was starting to get slightly nervous around the girl. Fine, I will leave you alone until the end of the day. You need to come to the old school building in order to continue our conversation, all right? She said, as she pointed at his face. Sure, okay, Izuku said, placing his hands in the air in a placating gesture. It was near the end of class when the door opened up as the school's prince entered as if looking for someone. Standing up and getting ready to leave, the young man walked over to him. Are you Izuku Midoriya? The boy asked, as Izuku looked at him. Yes, I am Midoriya Izuku. To whom am I going to answer that question? Izuku asked, as the boy chuckled. Bucho had sent me to collect you, and she wanted to talk to you about what happened last night, the boy said as Izuku nodded his head. Following after the boy, they walked through the halls of the school as some of the girls had started to talk about how Izuku and the boy in front of him could be in a relationship. Both boys shuddered when they heard them talk about the two of them in a relationship and how they should make a doujin about it. 2. Finally entering the old school building, the two boys finally walked up the stairs towards where the meeting room was located. Entering the room, Izuku found himself admiring the room as well as how it reminded him of the Victorian-era kind of buildings that were now millions of yen in terms of buying. He saw a short girl on a couch with short white hair with a Neko pin in her hair on the side as she nodded towards him. As soon as he sat down next to her, he pulled out some chocolate as she looked at him with a side-eyed glance before taking the offering and started to eat it. Thanks for the chocolate, the girl said. Izuku nodded at her before hearing the sound of a shower within the building as he looked at the handsome boy for an appraisal as he shook his head. Another woman entered the room from the bathroom area as she giggled at Izuku's deadpan expression. Sometimes the president of our club sleeps in the room, so she had a bathroom installed for her to use when she spends the night here, she said, as Izuku nodded his head, thankful for the explanation. Soon enough the door opens as Izuku sees Rias enter the room whipping her wet hair about as he has one thought come to mind. Why did she do that? And why was it really attractive? Hello Izuku Midoriya, and welcome to the Occult Research Club. I wanted to bring you here earlier, but you were attacked by that fallen angel, Rias said, as Izuku nodded. So what is this world that I am basically stumbling into? I asked the fallen angel last night if he was one before he stated that he was one. So I am guessing that everything from the mythical lore we learned from them is real. Izuku asked, as Rias nodded her head. Yup, everything from the Bible, Norse mythos, Greek mythos, Roman mythos and more are real, and the gods of each realm are existing beings within our world. Rias said, as Izuku nodded his head. So that means that I am a part of this kind of world. Izuku asked. Yes, and you should know, that everyone inside this room is a devil, Rias said, as everyone's wings were blown out of their backs as soon as she snapped. As soon as he felt a sensation on the lower portion of his back, he felt two presences on his back as they revealed themselves. Two pairs of wings. You're as strong as a mid-class devil in terms of magical power and you have a draconic sacred gear to boot. That is amazing, Rias said, as she gushed about him. Completely taken off guard by her compliments, Izuku blushed as he looked away in shame as well as embarrassment. Sorry if I'm not what you hope for me to be, Izuku said, as the girl stared at him. No, you are even more than what I expected you to be. In fact, you might be just what I need to keep myself safe from all enemies. Rias called out, as Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, as Rias smirked at him. You are a part of the devil's faction, Izuku. I will make sure that your dreams are answered as well as achieved, Rias said, as Izuku stared at her for a small while. Are you telling me that my dream of being a hero can come true? Izuku asked, as Rias nodded her head. I look forward to working with you all. And I hope to live up to your expectations, Izuku said, as he bowed to them all. The group smiled at him as they went about their business about what to inform him about his mission as a new devil. Alright Izuku, the first thing we need you to do before you head out to deliver some devil summoning papers is to summon your sacred gear, Rias said, as Izuku thought about something. Lifting his left hand, he thought about placing a bunch of power in his left hand and imagined it as if he was charging an attack or smash that All Might throws around there, and as soon as the thought finished itself a red gauntlet appeared. It was small around his wrist as well as fingerless portions where his fingers could stick out. There was two gold protrusions where they looked similar to horns sticking out the sides of his wrist. That doesn't look like your true sacred gear. From the energy that Koneko sensed from you, it was supposed to be draconian in nature. Whatever, we can work with this, Rias said, as she gave Izuku a training regimen to follow. Do this every day for the next few weeks and you should be strong enough to handle a fallen angel on your lonesome should you come into contact with one, Rias said, as Izuku took the training regimen. Thanks, I will get to sending these papers out around the town, Izuku said, as he left the room. Walking around the building he noticed a slight power increase inside a chained door where there was a magic circle around the doors. Whoever is inside there must be masking their power. I wonder if they are alright or lonely in there, Izuku asked aloud as he left the building. Leaving the building, Izuku walked through the day to his classes before completing the assignments for each class that was given to him. As soon as the school day was over, Izuku was out in the night delivering some devil's summons out to potential customers as he found a store that needs some assistance in employees. Entering the building he was looking around for the boss of the place when he came across a buff and tall man who was at the register with a bored expression on his face. You sir, Izuku asked, as the buff man looked at him with a confused expression. Is this place needing employees? Izuku asked, as the man looked at him more closely. What is your expertise? He asked, as Izuku talked about his observation skills as well as how he was a hard worker. You seem to have everything that I need to make sure you can work here a while. Well, when do you think you can start? The man asked, as Izuku asked about the next week after school. You go to school, why do you want a job right now? He asked, scratching his head. I just don't want my guardians to be paying the bills on their own, Izuku said, looking at the ground. Well, I don't care, you can start next Tuesday. After that you can get into the play of things as things develop, the buff man said, giving Izuku an employee's uniform. Leaving the store, Izuku waved at the man before running off and into the night as the buff man had a soft smile on his face before becoming more serious. Are you sure that was the boy who killed Rainier? The man asked as he transformed back into a slightly shorter man with a golden fringe in his black hair, looking to one of his lower rankings fallen angels. That was him, sir, the fedora-wearing man said, looking out the window angrily. So he is this generation's version of him, huh? I can't wait to see how strong he gets. The fallen angel said, smirking. Equals 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 equals. Izuku ran back to his home as he got straight to training himself, as he wanted to see what his true sacred gear was. He knew that it was draconian in nature, since that was what his master told him. He wasn't that miffed about being a devil. At least he didn't have to worry about Katsuki butting into his business. But as if answering some kind of karma kind of answer, he saw Katsuki looking around the area with a scowl on his face. Walking up to the boy, Izuku patted his shoulder. What are you doing here, Bakugo? Izuku asked, sternly. So this is where you've been. What made you stop thinking about being a hero? ? He called out, angrily. You did. Don't give me that look, Bakugo. You made it your mission to make sure that I didn't become a hero, and I'm sure that you're here to rub it in my face that you were on your way to become one. Can't just leave me alone, can you? Izuku said, as he sat down at a table nearby. Katsuki sat down next to him as he smirked at him as the boy stared at Izuku with a mirth in his eyes that was borderlining on villainous. Well, you guessed right, I made it into the hero course with just my power alone. You can't become a hero like you have been trying to. The boy said, as Izuku slapped him upside the head. If you are only here in Kuo town to gloat, then you should leave. I have friends here and I will not have you ruining that. If you don't heed this warning, you can kiss your chance at being a hero goodbye. Izuku said, getting up and walking away, leaving Bakugo seething in anger as he got on a bus and left the small town, as only one thought came to his mind. I will make sure that you don't talk shit to me again after this. As soon as I am a hero, I will lord my status over you and put you in your place. The boy thought as the bus left the town. Izuku made it back to his home as he lost the will to train for the day, as he laid down in his room as he felt a sudden feeling of exhaustion come over him. Taking a nap in his room, he decided that getting some sleep and rest was going to be enough before getting up early in the morning to get stronger. As he fell asleep, he had dreams of a girl with silverish white hair crying out for help and not receiving it at all. Waking up late at night, Izuku felt that he was rejuvenated as he walked around the house and began to do some light warm-ups in order to get himself ready for the day of training. As he continued to do some light warm-ups, he went out into the backyard in order to follow the training regimen as he started to do pull-ups with the tree in the backyard. Once the sun started to appear over the horizon, Izuku was already doing some push-ups in order to increase his overall strength. Standing up from the ground, he started to jog around the yard so that he could increase his endurance as well as stamina for the future that he would be fighting for. After about 1 hour of pure jogging around the yard about 1,000 times, he went back inside in order to take a shower from his training. His guardians were happy that he was staying in shape so that he could protect himself and others, never really knowing the reason why he was training himself. As he walked through the house after taking a shower, he was now in his school uniform as he sat down at the table and ate some breakfast. They had soon found out how much he loved katsudon and had made it every now and then as a treat for the boy as they saw how much he loved the food. As he was leaving, he told them about the job application that he did not too long ago during the previous day, and they were proud of him for getting one so soon. Walking to school proved to be an experience that he loved, since he could watch as the sun raised high into the sky as if to announce to the world that it was morning. Looking at the horizon that was devolved into multiple colors that ranged from purple to red and blue, he watched as some of the students of his school entered through the gates of the said school. He walked over to the school in order to turn in some assignments so that they could not be used against him for lowered grades. The experience of this school compared to previous schools that he went to was better, since they never lowered his grades in order to allow someone who had a better quirk suited for heroism be lifted. Everyone was treated as an equal in this school, Well, except for the perverted duo, as they had made it their mission to try and peep on the girls every single time of the day where they could get away with it. Sitting down in his seat, he listened to the teacher ramble on about how they should be prepared for a massive test coming up when the television showed up on the screen talking about the USJ attack from UA Academy. Izuku stared at the screen with trepidation as he heard about some students being nearly killed but were kept safe from everyone else. When the teacher turned the television off, they looked at their class with sadness as they told them to focus on their lesson for the day. As the whole being of the class was back in working order, Izuku could only hope that the students in Class 1A were okay, since they were announced to be the class who were attacked by the news. As the day continued, Izuku had kept to himself as he continued delivering the devil summons to their customers through their mail. As soon as he was done, he was exploring the city as he went throughout the neighborhood when he heard a girl tumble to the ground. "Hya!" The girl leaped out as he looked over and saw white panties glaring at him from the ground. Moving over to help the girl rather than staring at her rear, he helped pick up her things as she thanked him for his help. "Do you happen to know where I can find the church in this town?" the girl asked, as Izuku looked over at the hill in the distance. "It's over at the top of that hill over there in the distance. What is your name, miss? I don't think you live in Japan from how you look, no offense," Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. "I'm from the Vatican in Italy. My name is Argento, and I was called over here in order to work at the church stationed at this town," Asia said, as Izuku nodded. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. You can call me whatever you want. You want to have a small tour of the town while I take you to the church?" Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. 5 equals 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 equals. Their impromptu meeting had turned into a tour of the place as Izuku showed Asia around the place as she had stars in her eyes. He showed her where the arcade was, the best food stores, as well as where to find him after school in a week since he will be starting his job soon. As they walked towards the church, something deep within his soul was telling him to not get so close to the church. "Are you okay, Izuku-san?" Asia asked, as Izuku held his left hand. "And no, I'm okay. I just need to take care of something really quick and need to leave. Just head up those stairs and you can find the church in the entrance to the forest up there," Izuku said, as Asia looked at him crudely. "Well, do you want to have some tea with me sometime?" she asked, as she tried to spend more time with him. "Maybe some other time, okay. I really need to head out though," Izuku said, trying to be as nice as possible without being too rude. "Okay. I will see you again though, right?" she asked, as Izuku nodded his head with a smile. "Yeah, you can find me anywhere inside the town if you look hard enough," Izuku said, as the girl nodded and walked up the stairs. As the girl turned around to look at Izuku again, she only found that a singular paper slip remained as he couldn't lie to the girl. "A devil summons. We will grant your every wish," the girl asked as she looked at the spot where Izuku once was. She smiled as she walked towards the church, unaware of that being the place she shouldn't have gone. Izuku was back in the occult research room as he had been just slapped by Rias. "You cannot and will not go back to see her again, Izuku. You are mortal enemies. She works for the fallen angels," Rias said, as Izuku stared at her. "But I had this feeling that she wasn't safe at that specific church." "She will not be safe there," Izuku explained as Rias looked at him sadly. "There is nothing I can do without causing another war between the three factions by attacking that church, Izuku. I have my hands tied at the moment," she said, as she looked apologetic about smacking his face. As Izuku sat on the couch thinking about his predicament, he was still thinking about Asia and her fate within the church on the hill. It was here that Rias and her peerage got a stray kill quest from the higher-ups as Rias spoke up. "All right everyone, we have a quest to kill the stray devil Viser. Let's move out," she said, as she led her peerage into a magic circle and disappeared from the room. Appearing in a warehouse district of Kuo, they looked around the place and heard movement inside one of the warehouses. Entering the building, they moved about until they found a topless woman moving about towards them as Izuku covered his eyes slightly, still allowing himself to see what the woman was doing. She started to charge her nipples as if they were a laser cannon, and as soon as acid started to build up there, he tackled Rias out of the way as the acid destroyed her original spot. "Thank you for the save, Izuku. Let's have my peerage clear this up," Rias said, as she began talking about their positions in their little game of chess. Hiba attacked the stray devil Viser with speed that befitted that of a knight of the chess game. Then Rias sent out Koneko and told Izuku that she was her rook and was able to knock the teeth out of Viser's lower mouth at the cost of some of her clothes. Then finally Akeno moved forward as she charged some electricity in order to finish off Viser in their combo attack. As Rias moved forwards, Rias asked the stray devil if they surrender or if they want to continue, and Viser had reacted with a "freak you," before Rias obliterated her with her destruction magic. As Rias had finished her tirade about chess, she turned to look at Izuku, who was looking at her with confusion as well as a slightly fearful look on his face. "What is wrong?" she asked, as Izuku asked her a concerning question. She wasn't going to get a court meeting for her villainous behavior. Izuku asked, concerned. "She had killed many people within your world in order to gain power. She killed her previous master and strayed from her peerage. We were given permission to execute her since she never wanted to come back to Devil Society," Rias said, as Izuku had stepped back to think about what the hell was happening with his life. "This is always bad for new devils who don't wish to become murderers. But if we don't kill these stray devils, then more innocent people would die at their hand. We can't allow the innocent to be hurt by these things," Rias said, as Izuku nodded his head solemnly. They all returned back to their base as they talked to one another about the raid itself, as Izuku sat on the couch with a contemplative expression on his face as he thought about his life. Looking down at his left hand, he thought about all the rage, all the sadness and guilt he felt over not being able to get a quirk to become a hero. He stood up from the couch before heading outside as he wanted to release his pent-up frustration as well as his anger and fury that was bottled up for 13 years. Finding a spot within the forest away from prying eyes, he started to let go of his anger that he held in. He was always known for never allowing his anger to get the best of him. He prided himself on not being that easy to get angry. He could get frustrated, but never furious enough to attack someone. But now he had accumulated 13 years worth of rage that he needed to release before it was let out against the wrong person, and he could kill them in his rage. Standing alone in the forest, unaware that his master and her peerage were watching him from one of their familiars, he released his clogged-up bottle of rage that was held deep within his body. From there something amazing was beginning to happen to his body. It started to shake as the ground did the same around himself as his eyes started to white out from the amount of fury he was feeling at the moment. He heard voices as they attempted to get him to use something powerful to cause destruction. He tuned them out since he wouldn't allow them to change what he was trying to do. He was trying to release his 13 years of pain, 13 years of sadness, of anger and fury, of releasing his true emotions about his Quirkless diagnosis. An aura was slowly forming around him as the ground cracked from the amount of fury and anger being released from his body that it was slowly catching some of the trees nearby on fire. It was a green fire that was burning hotter than even hell flames itself. Izuku's whole body was racking with anger to the point it was twitching as well as shaking from the anger itself. He placed his hands out to his sides as he let his fury grow and fester more and more until he could not hold it back anymore as his aura formed around him more as if he was powering up. Putting his arms in a 90-degree angle, he started to growl in anger as he tried to rein in his anger but let it out without causing him to become close-minded. As soon as he felt something deep within him reacting to his feelings, his sacred gear formed on his left hand as a booming voice called out. Boost! It called out, as Izuku's power and reactions became 10 times stronger. As Izuku continued to release his fury and anger, his smaller formed gauntlet had transformed into a true gauntlet as it had its fingers form as claws on his wrist and hand. The boost sound started to come out more and more until a voice could be heard from his left hand as if responding to his fury and anger. Well, that was a wake-up call if I have ever heard one. Your anger and fury woke me up, partner. Who are you? The voice called out, as Izuku tuned him out as well. Still releasing his power as well as his fury, Izuku kept going until he couldn't release any more fury and anger as he slammed his fist into the ground to get out all his anger. Is there a reason why you are angry, partner? I should hope that this isn't bottled up rage. The voice called out again as Izuku still tuned him out. As soon as Izuku felt no more rage building up inside his body, he started to pant from how much power he was now holding inside his body as he needed to find a release for it, otherwise, he felt that he would explode. Partner, listen to what I am about to say. Don't question me but start placing all your gathered fury and anger into your left hand and point it towards the sky and charge it into a ball of energy. The voice said, as Izuku did as he was told. As Izuku pointed his hand towards the sky, a small ball of energy that was crimson in color was charging from his hand as Izuku watched it in awe. Alright, as soon as you are done charging your power up, release it by punching it towards the sky. Be careful of knockback. There is a massive kick to this move. The voice said, as Izuku nodded as he charged as much as he could before he couldn't feel himself giving more power anymore. Alright, I've done it. What is the name of this move? Izuku asked, as the voice came out. Punch the ball of energy and I will call out the name. The voice said, as Izuku moved his fist to punch the attack, and as soon as he punched it, a massive beam of energy was blasted towards the sky. Dragon shot. The voice called out. The beam had burned away some of the trees that were near Izuku's position as the boy watched as the red beam of energy had been blasted towards the sky and slowly but surely disappeared out into the depths of space. I hope nothing was in the way of that blast, Izuku said, chuckling weakly. But as soon as that sentence was done, Izuku fell to one knee as he started to pant heavily as if he ran a marathon without stopping once. You used a power that shouldn't have been given to you until you reached your second liberation form of my powerful sacred gear. The voice said, as Izuku stared at the gauntlet on his hand. What is this power you're referred to? Izuku asked. The power you are currently the host for me to use is called the boosted gear, and it has the power to kill gods with just all of its potential power stored up inside and then released at its maximum potential. The voice called out. Oh, okay. So this sacred gear is called the boosted gear. Anything else I should know, Mr. Dragon? Izuku asked. You know that I am a dragon, but not which one I am. Did you not read anything about our race, young man? Closing square bracket. The voice called out angrily. Should I know you, sir? Sorry to ask that. I know that you seem to be a powerful being, but I have never heard of you in history class. Izuku said, as he looked at the second liberation form of his sacred gear. My name is Deepening, the heavenly dragon of domination. I am the soul that resides within the boosted gear after it took all three factions within the Christian lore to defeat me and my rival the White One. In terms of power though, you are severely lacking. Deepening said, as he announced himself with a slight insult to Izuku. Well, I am part devil, you know, but how was I supposed to know you? You are from the supernatural world, whilst I just became a part of it, not even a month ago. Izuku said, as Deepening appraised his current holder. Well, at least you are training like one of my previous holders. And you are following a training regimen that would increase your power and control over me within a month and a half. But while you do that training, I will help you in saving that woman from her problems. Deepening said, as Izuku looked at his hand. How can you help me save her? Izuku asked, as Deepening laughed. Hee ha 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 ha. I am the heavenly dragon of domination. Nothing is impossible for me to do. Now you will need to learn more about the race you are a descendant of. Deepening said, as Izuku stared at his left hand weirdly. What? Izuku asked confused. What? Did you not know? From the amount of aura within you, I can sense that you're at least a hybrid of a dragon and a human. 50% dragon at least, and 25% human and the other percentage being devil. I can work with this. Deepening said, as Izuku continued to be confused about his situation. 1. I am surprised that you hadn't even known that you were the child between a human and a dragon. For that I am extremely disappointed in you, partner. Deepening said, as Izuku stared at his left hand in shock. Deepening, I should let you know that I have been an orphan for about as much of my life that I've known. I had no knowledge of the fact that I had dragon DNA within my own body. Izuku said, as Deepening seemingly gave Izuku a deadpanning expression from his sacred gear. How did you survive all those explosions during your youth then? DxD asked, as Izuku stood there thinking about it. I've always had a high pain tolerance growing up. I had been subjected his blasts ever since I was 4 years old. So the fact that I survived this long means I had gained a resistance against his explosive punches as well as explosions that he'd created. Izuku said, as the dragon nodded without Izuku knowing. Well, the training that you've been undergoing is good enough, just keep at it until you can continue to release all your power against your foes. In terms of sheer power however, you are as strong as a young dragon as soon as they are released into the wild. DxD said, as he grumbled. Is that supposed to be an insult, DxD, since I don't know how a baby dragon is supposed to be strong in terms of power compared to mine? Izuku said, as he walked out of the forest. Your power alone is as strong as a baby dragon about to enter her first stage of increase of power. In terms of experience as well as fighting prowess, you are as strong as a mid-class dragon in terms of power alone. DxD explains. So mid-class dragon in terms of fighting prowess as well as experience, but in terms of power as strong as a baby dragon. Good to know, I can use that seemingly weakness to my advantage. How strong is a baby dragon compared to a devil? Izuku asked, as he thought about his problems. In terms of devil powers, you are as strong as a high-tier mid-class devil in terms of power and prowess. But in terms of overall power, you are as strong as a low-tier high-class devil. DxD supplied, as Izuku nodded. Have you met Riser Phoenix before, DxD? Because I would like to know how much power is needed to knock him down a peg or two. Izuku said, as DxD thought about it. I haven't met the second son of the Phoenix clan, but from what I have heard about from other hosts, he has been undefeated in raiding games except for twice when he let his opponents win in order to strengthen ties between the Phoenix and their families in the underworld. DxD said, as Izuku thought about it. Since he is a phoenix in terms of animals in the underworld for blood, he has the ability to regenerate as well up to the point that it would seem as if no damage was dealt to him. Izuku then deducted, that is correct, partner, but in terms of power, you aren't anything to him at the moment. You could try and learn some senjutsu from the yokai as well as Tuki in order to increase your damage output. But I'm not sure if that would help you in terms of keeping your master safe. DxD said, as Izuku thought about it more. Well, let's get to training. I need everything I can get my hands on in order to become strong enough to save Rias-san from her marriage with Riser Phoenix. Izuku said, as he walked home. 6 equals 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 equals. Izuku got home late around 9 p.m. since he had his job to do at a small convenience store down the road from his new home. He had been collecting as much money in order to help out around the home so that he doesn't seem to be useless to the family. He walked through the doors as he made sure to keep to himself so that he can make sure that his guardians can have their free time. He went into his bedroom as he saw that his computer was already on. Getting on it, he searched up ways for him to learn Tuki as well as Senjutsu for the upcoming fight against Riser. He knew that this fight would end up being him and Rias against some of Riser's forces, as Izuku would be forced to strain his power in order to help her win. He remembers how he wanted to protect the children from the rude people of the world with his own power as well as fighting skills. So as he studied the yokai's specialty of Senjutsu and Tuki, he had entered a state of meditation in order to learn how to do these things. He was meditating inside his mind when he suddenly was surrounded by a white background as he saw DxD walk up to him with flames moving about the area. It seems like you have managed to find this area with meditation. I am surprised that out of all my hosts, you were the only one capable of doing this. You are going to become one of the best Red Dragon Emperors in all of history. DxD said, as he smiled down at Izuku. I have to learn how to use Tuki as well as Senjutsu in order to make sure that I can defeat Riser Phoenix with Rias by my side. I know that if I use those powers I can defeat him. I just am having a hard time understanding the inner workings of the powers. Izuku said, as he spoke to the dragon about his issues with the training. The next morning Izuku woke up and took a shower immediately at 3 in the morning, as he made sure to move towards the forest behind the old school building as he trained by himself. He was moving around the place as he lifted wooden logs that weighed more than a ton each as Izuku picked them up and bench pressed them like he was a bodybuilder. Your strength is increasing at a rapid pace, partner. I am happy that you are as gung-ho about your training as one of my previous hosts. Deepening praised Izuku as the boy became a blushing mess. I'm sure that they trained harder than I am. I'm just someone who just wishes to protect others, not cause chaos against others in the world. No matter who tries to bully and belittle me, Izuku said, as he pushed harder in his training. You will be an inspiration for future generations of the Red Dragon Emperor, partner. Just your work ethic alone will have them scrambling to surpass you. Deepening said, as Izuku just continued to work out. Thank you for the support, buddy. I will make sure that the future generations of them will work harder than I did in order to surpass my work ethic. Izuku said, as he continued to lift the logs as well as use them as a leg press. Within the time of 5:30 in the morning, Izuku had stopped his impromptu training as he went towards the school's gym showers as he cleaned himself. As soon as he walked around the school and entered his classroom, he sat down as he paid attention to his homework as he managed to complete it before class started. The day would continue on as normal as Izuku would leave the school near the end of the day, having a day off from work as he walked through the town as he found Asia walking around as well. Moving towards her, they began to talk to one another as they began to talk about their respective pasts. As Izuku found out, Asia was abandoned by birth and was raised in the church for her entire life. Until she awakened her sacred gear, Izuku noticed it was 2 rings with a sun and moon on them as they talked about how she could heal the people of their injuries as well as ailments. It wasn't until a devil disguising as a human had come to her seeking help in order to heal from his wound that was inflicted by someone else. Izuku was immediately on edge since this didn't sound like the devil was asking for help, more like placing her within the untrust of her peers. It wasn't long in her story that she was excommunicated with the church as she was cast out by everyone until the fallen angels reached out to her in order to help her regain her purpose with God. Asia, I know that you want to continue talking about your life story, and I would love to hear more about it. But there is a discrepancy in your story, Izuku said, as the girl looked at him with a confused tilted head. The devil who had you heal him, did he ever tell you who inflicted the wound to his body? Izuku asked, as the girl thought about it before coming to the same conclusion. Why you think he was trying to get me excommunicated? ? She asked, in horror as Izuku nodded his head. From what you were talking about what he was doing, I have heard about some nuns in the past disappearing after being excommunicated from a certain devil that the very same thing happened to you. This devil was probably trying to get you to be all on your own in order to pull you to their side. Izuku said, as the girl looked disgusted with the devil. I can't believe that I was duped out by a devil. Please tell me that you wouldn't ever do that to me. The girl said, as Izuku stared at her. Asia, I want you to know this. No matter what happens, do you trust me as a friend? Izuku asked, as the girl spoke about not having any friends before. I see you as my friend Asia, and I can't think about you not being one for me as well. But the truth of the matter is, I am 50% dragon, 25% human and 25% devil. I was nearly killed by a fallen angel when I first moved into Kuo town, and her name was Rainier. She had wanted my death by her hand and would have done anything to do so, but I managed to kill her before she could end me. I was saved by a devil who only needed me for saving her from whatever she needs saving from. I devote my life to keeping her safe. But that church you go to, it didn't feel safe to me at all. Not because it was God's house, but because of the malicious energy emanating from it. Izuku said, as Asia stared at him in shock. Where are your parents? Asia asked, as Izuku stared at her. I was an orphan, and I was bullied for the fact that I didn't have a superpower that they are spouting nonsense about nowadays. I was raised in an orphanage and was trained to defend myself from bullies as well as people who wanted me dead. I am living with my guardians since they adopted me, but I want you to know that if you want to move away from the clutches of the fallen angels, you can live with me. Izuku said, as the girl thought about it. As soon as she was about to say her answer, her mouth was opened as Izuku saw movement behind her as he pushed her out of the way as a blue light spear landed between him and her. To think that you had dragon DNA, that was why you were capable of fending for yourself against me. But that will not matter anymore since I will kill you this time. Donnaseek called out, as Izuku stared at his opponent. "DxD, how strong is this guy compared to me at the moment?" Izuku thought to himself as DxD spoke up to him. "In terms of power you are stronger than him, but in terms of experience he has you beat. He was around since before you were born, he used to be an angel of God, but he had fallen to be with Azazel, the leader of the fallen." DxD supplied as Izuku cracked his neck. "Good thing I had already fought this guy once before. I already analyzed his fighting style." Izuku mumbled to himself as he got in front of Asia and entered a calm fighting stance. Equals 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 equals. With Rias and the rest of her peerage, they felt a surge of power begin to build up in the town as they noticed that Izuku's pawn pieces were located there. "We need to get to Izuku before he does something completely reckless," Rias called out, creating a magic circle. "On it," Kiba and Koneko called out, as they left the room in order to look around the town. Rias and Akeno had stood into their magic circle, hoping to get to the area where Izuku was located in order to see who he was fighting. Not too far away from the school, a tall buff man in a convenience store had thought about what he told his subordinate about Izuku and what he wanted from them. "I should have been more specific on what I wanted," the man said, as he sighed. Equals 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 equals. An explosion happened behind Izuku as he dodged each strike as the fallen angel in front of him tried to slam him with powerful spears of light. He had already smacked the man up a few times as he had surprised the fallen multiple times with his sudden agility and speed as well as power. The man was keeping a distance as Izuku moved faster with his speed in order to end the fight as fast as possible. Eventually the standstill had ended with Izuku kicking the fallen into the ground near Asia as he landed in front of the girl as she ran over to heal him. As he stood as the girl healed him, he watched as the fallen had struggled to stand back up as he stared at Izuku with contempt as well as fury. Forming hundreds of spears of light, he stared at Izuku with a slightly manic smile on his face as Izuku formed a massive ball of red energy. Pointing it at Donnaseek, Izuku charged his boosts in order to take out the fallen angel and wipe him from existence. "Take this, God's demise." The fallen angel had launched the hundreds of light spears towards Izuku and Asia. Finished charging up his red ball of energy, Izuku shouted out his attack as it transformed from being red to being emerald in color, almost a jade. "Dragon shot," Izuku called out, as the energy had blasted fast towards his opponent. His spears had attacked the beam of energy as they just cracked and broke against it as it moved closer and closer to him as he watched in horror as it was about to consume him. His fedora falling off his head as the blast's winds were pushing against him as his overcoat was billowing in the wind. As soon as the blast had hit him in the chest, he screamed out in pain as he was engulfed in an extremely massive explosion. As soon as the blast was over, Izuku stood huffing over the crater that was about 12 meters wide with 10 meters deep. Looking down the crater, Izuku saw a pile of feathers sitting in the bottom as he glared at the feathers themselves as he looked at Asia. "That should show them," Izuku said, as he passed out from exhaustion. Just as he fell to the ground in slight pain as well as exhaustion, the rest of his peerage had arrived at the location and saw the devastation of the area as well as a pile of feathers that were black in color. Looking at Asia was Rias as she stared at her for a moment before allowing her to follow them back to the orc in order to get her perspective of the fight that happened. Just as they were about to leave, another two fallen angels had appeared and taken the girl away in order to steal her sacred gear. In his sleep, Izuku groaned out Asia's name as his left hand reached out in order to try and unconsciously save her. Waking up in the ORC, Izuku found Rias and the others fretting over his body as he slowly got up from the couch. Looking around he saw that Asia wasn't anywhere to be seen as he asked them what happened to her. Only to find out that she was taken by the Fallen and that they were planning on getting her back as he stood up in order to leave and get her back himself. I don't care what you all tell me, Rias-san, I just need to save her. I was her first friend, and I will not fail in saving a girl who needs help. Izuku said, as he left the room in order to save Asia. Unknown to him, Rias had smiled at his determination as well as the rest of the peerage got inspired by his unwavering effort to save a life, not matter who it was. They followed him towards the church on the hill as they were about to attack it in order to bring their ally back from the clutches of the fallen angels. Entering the church, Izuku found a crazy priest as he was talking about freaking their brains out, as he nearly launched a red beam at him with his finger before running towards the only thing that stood in his way of saving the girl he wanted to protect. Kicking the podium away from his way, his eyes unknowingly became slits as his back grew some wings from his back as he ran through the stairs, leaving Kiba and Koneko to fight the priest. Making it to a door where the ritual was taking place, Izuku kicked the door down as he saw that Asia was being hurt more so than she should. He ran through the horde of priests in his effort to make it to the girl who was screaming out in pain. As soon as he released his energy, those priests near him were knocked out from the level of power released into the room as he kicked at the cross holding Asia. When the chains had dropped from her body, she fell towards him as one of the fallen angels grabbed a couple of rings that were in a glowing green orb and placed them within their body. With this I will be unstoppable. I will be able to impress Azazel-sama. The girl called out, as Izuku looked over with his slitted eyes as well as fury in his expression. Keeping Asia in his arms, he walked over to the fallen angel responsible for essentially killing Asia as he walked over to her. As soon as she saw him, she attempted to attack him as he kicked her in the stomach, causing her to fold over his leg, as she grabbed her stomach to stop the pain she was feeling. Behind her, Izuku was placing Asia on the ground as he turned to look at both fallen angels in order to give back her sacred gear. Appearing in front of the female fallen angel who spoke about Asia's death in laughter, he grabbed her face and charged his red beam of energy that was called a dragon shot in her face, intent on killing her instantly. She struggled against him as she punched and kicked at his body as if she was a little kid trying to escape from an older sibling. The red energy began to glow through his hand as the other female fallen had watched in fear as the beam of energy was fully charged and blasted her ally's face off their body, and with her face was the rest of her head as she became a puff of feathers. A glowing couple rings floating in the air where the girl's chest was, and Izuku grabbed the rings as he moved over to the dying Asia as he pushed the rings into her chest as he picked the girl up. Looking over at the last fallen angel, his look alone told her that she better leave before he kills her next in his rage. Taking this as her chance to leave the area without being killed, she left the building, and unknown to her, she was flying towards Rias and Akeno as they were making their way through the forest. Equals 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 equals. Entering the church from below the podium, Izuku walked out with an unconscious Asia as she was leaned into his shoulder as he walked with an almost dead look in his eyes. Are you all right, Izuku? Kiba asked, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm fine at the moment, I almost lost her. I can't lose anyone right now. I don't think I can handle another person betraying me, Izuku said, in a rare moment of vulnerability. He never wanted to lose anyone near him, and he wouldn't let that happen in the future for his new friends as well as family. Sitting on one of the benches within the church, Izuku looked at the slumbering Asia as her head rested on his lap as he rubbed his hands in her hair, as he unknowingly purred in her presence. When Rias and Akeno arrived inside the church, they found Izuku petting Asia as he held her close to himself as Rias suggested making the girl a bishop piece within her peerage. With Izuku's permission, Asia became a devil within the House of Gremory, and Izuku could now have a little sister figure in his life to protect. With that, he kept himself nearby her at all times in order to keep her safe from that day on, and now we find ourselves within the orc as Izuku was talking to Rias about Asia's placement within the school. I'm sure that you're happy with how Asia is within your classes. Do you want to have her placed somewhere else? Rias asked, as Izuku shook his head. No, she will be fine nearby me. I don't need her leaving my sight anytime soon. I need to show her around the school and help her learn how to make friends soon. Izuku said, as Rias came over and gave Izuku a hug. Well, I know that you care for the girl very much, although we should stop hugging since someone might get jealous. Rias said, chuckling as Asia was seen pouting at Izuku. As Akeno entered the room with some tea as well as cake, they celebrated the increased peerage of Izuku and Asia within their ranks. They celebrated with everything they had, unaware of a brown phoenix sitting on a branch outside their building. Within a room with a bunch of women surrounding one male figurehead, he chuckled at how Rias was celebrating with her peerage. From what it looks like, she hadn't done anything in order to train herself and her peerage to defend herself from me. This marriage contract will be the easiest thing for me to get. The man said, as he smirked at the reader. Although there was another girl in the group who was visibly disgusted with her brother as she had not liked what he wanted her for in his peerage. I can only hope that someone can save me from brother. I don't want to become one of his pocket pussies for him to freak. Mom hasn't believed that what brother is doing is bad, but she doesn't care about me. I need to be saved from this horrible family, the girl's eyes all but expressed. Izuku was in class. He had been working on his classwork that the teacher had told them would be needed to be turned in at the start of the next school day. He was seen walking with Kiba as the two boys were making conversation about what they needed to do as low-class devils. As they both entered the orc together, Asia was right behind them as they noticed the sad looks of Akeno and Rias as they looked at the floor. What's wrong, bucko? Kiba asked, as the boy then recognized the situation that was going to happen this week from Rias' face. What's wrong, Kiba-san? Izuku asked, as the young man looked over at Izuku. Viser is supposed to be coming for a visit within the next couple of days. We were only warned about it by Revel Phoenix, Viser's little sister. The girl is being abused by her older brother within his own peerage. Kiba said, as Izuku gained an angered look, to think that someone could abuse their own sister. What is up with this supernatural world and wishing to harm others? Izuku said, as he grouched about this. It's out of our hands, although we need to get a couple familiars for both of you. One for Izuku and one for Asia-chan. Rias said, as they all looked at one another before a knock was heard from the door. As Rias told whoever was outside the door to come in, Izuku noticed that the student council president as well as her peerage was there. Izuku had been told that Suna Shitori was actually a devil within the 72 pillars of the underworld that remained in power. Hello Rias-san, it's been a while since we last met one another. Sona said, as she moved to sit on the couch. It has been a while, Sona, what can I do for you today? She asked, as Sona began to speak. Well, I wanted to congratulate you on gaining 2 new pieces within your peerage. What were your plans for today though? Sona explained before asking her a question. I was planning on having Izuku and Asia get a familiar today, seeing as they had reached that point in their training. Rias said, as the 2 peerages looked at one another with confusion. Well, that seems to be where we are at an impasse. Only one peerage can enter the familiar forest without having to overwhelm the surrounding creatures within. And I was already planning on taking my own pawn there in order to get him a familiar as well. Sona said, as Izuku stared at the 2 leaders of their respective peerages. If you are wanting to get your pawn a familiar, I can wait a bit longer to get mine. Izuku said, as Asia looked at him concerned. Are you sure, Izuku-san? A familiar can help you with any things that you might not have time to deal with? Asia asked, as a young man with tan-colored hair walked over. Hello there, fellow maiden. My name is Genshiro Saji. Pawn of Sona Sitri. The Pawn of Sitri said, as he kissed the girl's hand. As the boy did that motion, the group looked at Izuku as he seemed to be watching the interaction with a calm exterior as he walked over to the Pawn of Sitri. Genshiro-san, could you please stop making my fellow peerage mate uncomfortable? Izuku asked, as kindly as he could. The boy looked over at Izuku to see that the young man was slightly shorter than him as well as more muscular than him. You can call me Saji, and what are you doing here? I thought this was a meeting between devils, not a talk between brother and sister. Saji said, unknowingly causing slight chaos within the room. What do you mean a talk between a sister and brother? Izuku asked, as he tilted his head in confusion. Rias looked at the situation and decided to salvage the situation before Izuku would get angered by Saji's blatant disrespect of him. Saji-san, can you please leave my pieces alone so that we can get to the situation between me and Sona? she asked, as the young devil nodded and moved away. And before you get any ideas, Saji, that boy who you so blatantly disrespected is the Red Dragon Emperor. And he used all 8 pieces instead of 4 pieces of the pawns within Rias' evil pieces. Sona said, as the boy looked at Izuku with both slight fear and confusion. There is no way that this airheaded boy who is more like a cinnamon roll, is a devil that took 8 pawn pieces. The boy yelled as Izuku became slightly disturbed from the sound. As the peerages worked on what they should do, it was decided that the kings and queens of each respective peerage would duke it out in order to make sure that their pieces would get their own familiar. This brings us to where the cast is now, in front of a fences in tennis court as Sona and Rias prepare for their game to see who would win the battle. Whoever won the game of tennis, then the winner could take their peerage to the familiar forest in order to get their pawn and bishop a familiar to use. The game was going back and forth as they both had eventually tied up the score to 45-45 and both were slightly winded from their game. Almost all the boys, excluding Izuku, had been cheering on the teams with all their heart as they were looking at the bouncing breasts as well as butts, as Izuku just covered his eyes. As he faced himself from the game, he sighed heavily as Kiba and Koneko noticed him not watching the game. I would have thought that you'd be more attuned to be watching our leaders play this game. Or at least perv out on them. Koneko bluntly stated as Izuku sent a soft glare at her. I'm not a pervert. I don't like seeing girls in such revealing outfits that were made to make men get horny about them. I find them attractive. Don't get me wrong, I would love to date them, but I would rather focus on making sure that I can help Bucho first before I make any kind of moves like asking her out or perving out on her. But if anything, I'm pretty sure that all other men here besides Kiba-san are perverted. Izuku said, as he kept himself looking away from the game. So what you're doing is giving Bucho some privacy from the revealing tennis costumes they are wearing? Kiba asked. When he gained a nod from Izuku, the young man sat down next to him as he pulled out a chess board in order to pass the time. As soon as the game was finished, it was revealed that both of the team's tennis rackets' wires had been abused so much because of magic, that they were literally burned away. And the 2 kings and queens had to choose a different activity, and they kept going through each activity in order to make sure that they could win the game. Throughout this entire affair, Izuku was getting bored as he kept thinking that this couldn't go on forever when they were nearing the end of the day as the sun was lowering in the distance. Hello, Izuku, is that you? Miki asked, answering her phone. Yes, it's me, Mrs. Hyodo. The whole thing I'm dealing with here at the school's club is taking more time than it should. I won't be coming home anytime soon, so I will be sleeping in the old school building's bedroom if that's all right. Izuku said, as Miki answered the suggestion. Well, as long as you are having fun with your friends, then I am all for it. Just make sure to not make us grandparents anytime soon, she said, as Izuku gained a blush on his face as he announced that he was hanging up. Looking up from his phone, he saw that the group was now in a gym as they were making a dodgeball tournament between both peerages. Everyone from the school had left in order to go home that night as Izuku and the rest of his allies were on one side of the gym as they were stretching. Izuku was having Koneko push his back down towards the ground as he grunted in slight pain as Koneko had pushed him slightly too far as his back popped. As soon as his body was on the ground in a perfect folded position, Koneko finally got off his back as she helped him back up as Sona's peerage had entered the room. With everyone ready to fight Sona's peerage in a bout of dodgeball, they all cracked their knuckles as well as bones in their body as they prepared for the game. The game started with Sona using her magic in order to smack Koneko at the start as the girl looked slightly miffed, but at the same time she walked off like nothing happened. Well, I was thirsty anyway, see you all later, the girl said, as she left. Soon the gym devolved into a battlefield as Izuku did his best to catch dodgeballs as well as send them back at their owners. It all then devolved to just him, Rias, Akeno and Asia against Sona, Saji, Tsubaki, and Momo. The girls had all aimed for their respective opponents as they threw the balls. Izuku had his opponent being Saji as he caught the ball before he felt something coming at him from behind. Turning around, he saw that the ball's trajectory was aiming for somewhere else and saw that it was being aimed for Asia's back. So he pushed her out of the way, and as he tried to catch the ball as well, the ball suddenly gained a blue aura and changed course and smashed right into his mini dragon. With the massive pressure of having his family jewels seemingly broken, Izuku looked down and found that the ball was seemingly smushing his groin as he coughed up some blood as well as spite from the pain. As he fell to his knees, everyone looked over to see his eyes bloodshot as he coughed horribly onto the ground as flecks of blood was falling out of his mouth. Looking at Sona, Rias glared at the woman as she merely shrugged her shoulders as she looked away. That was an extremely dirty move, Sona. Why would you attack there on him? ? Rias called out, as the break was called for the moment. He shouldn't have been that way with that girl, he was about to grab her in a bad way. Sona said, as Izuku was pulled aside and placed next to Koneko as he was having issues breathing. Once he got over the pain in his groin, he thought about what happened and he noticed Saji's smug expression on his face as Izuku summoned a ball into his hand and threw it as hard as he could at Saji's groin in order to make sure he knew his pain. The boy crumpled to the ground as soon as the ball hit his family jewels as he had swirls in his eyes as Izuku struggled to sit back down. What the hell was that, Rias? Sona called out, as Rias merely shrugged, as she spoke. I guess that's karma for your servant being smug about mine getting his balls smashed by a ball manipulated by magic. Rias said, as Sona yelled again. Rias, that wasn't magic, that was pure strength. Sona called, as Rias gained a smirk on her face. Well, maybe you shouldn't make assumptions then next time, huh? Rias said as Sona gained an extremely angered smirk on her face with veins bulging on her head. 1. After the game was ended, it was revealed to be in the Gremory peerage's favor of winning as they were allowed the chance to get their familiars. As Rias' peerage had disappeared in a circle of magic, they all arrived in a black forest that had a purple sky above them. As soon as they began to talk about the place, a new presence made itself known as it flew down from a tree in front of them. Ah, Zatoji, it's been a while. Rias said, as the man nodded. It has been a while, Rias Gremory. I can't wait to see what kind of familiars choose from your peerage this time. Zatoji said, as he walked them through the forest. So any type of familiar you both want? The man asked, as Asia spoke up first. I would like to have a familiar that is similar to a dragon. She said, as the man nodded his head and looked over at Izuku. I want a familiar that is calm and more attuned to battle tactics. Izuku said, as the man nodded his head at that as well. Walking through the forest, they had passed by many familiars that were basically too scantily clad in their clothing that Izuku kept refusing them. They soon came across a small blue dragon as it was sitting in a tree as it looked off into the distance. What about that creature? Asia asked, as Zatoji gained a smirk. That right, there is a sprite dragon. They are extremely protective against those with a pure heart. And if you want, try and get him. Zatoji said, as Asia moved forward. Soon enough the sprite dragon noticed Asia's pure heart and flew down to her as she asked him if he wanted to become her familiar. The answer was soon given to her as it nuzzled into her chest as she giggled softly as Izuku smiled at her and the dragon. As soon as the familiar ritual was completed, the sprite dragon was named Rigor, somewhat named after Izuku. They continued to walk through the forest as they tried to make heads or tails on what kind of familiar would bond with Izuku. It wasn't long before they arrived at a massive clearing as they saw a familiar standing near the pond as it was getting itself a drink. Izuku looked closely at the creature and noticed how it was slightly massive compared to the average deer. It had the look of one, but it was more feminine in nature, and it seemed to have this regal air about it that caused Izuku to move closer to the deer familiar without anyone even knowing. He was right next to it as he softly placed his hand over its hip as it immediately looked up and over at him with a slightly fearful and confused look. It stared at him for a second before noticing his hair and saw that it was green in color with black roots, so thinking like a normal deer would, it tried to eat some of his hair. But as soon as it tried to eat some of it, it spat it out as if it was repulsive, and then looked into Izuku's eyes before transforming in front of the group and Izuku. As soon as the deer was transformed into a humanoid form, Izuku couldn't help but gawk at how beautiful this woman was. She still had her antlers on top of her head as she had a very voluptuous form, as she had her deer ears coming from the side of her head. She had long hair that was white in color as she stared down at Izuku as she gained a smirk on her face. Izuku stared at her in awe for a small moment longer before noticing that he was face to breast of the woman as she was taller than he was. Moving away from her chest, the woman seemed to be slightly perturbed by his presence not being near her anymore as she moved closer to him. What is your name, devil? She asked, as she had a lovely voice. Midoriya Izuku, but you can call me Izuku if you want. Izuku said, as the woman moved closer to him. He was now noticing that she had a Kanabo club in her left hand as she held it over her left shoulder. My name is Serena, and it seems like you were enamored by my beautiful dear form. Are you seeking to have me as a familiar? She asked, as she smiled down at him. I think, I don't know if I can make someone as powerful as you a familiar. Izuku said, as the dear woman looked at him weirdly. I'm sure that you are powerful enough to do so, nobody has done it before, but you might be the one for me anyway. Serena said, as Izuku started the familiar ritual. Are you sure that you want this? Izuku asked before completing the ritual only to receive a nod. Serena, I command you to become my familiar, and assist me in my endeavors as well as dream. Izuku called out, as Serena gained a blissful expression on her face. Once that was completed, Izuku saw that Serena had transformed into a smaller deer that was about waist height with him as he placed his hand over her head as she preened into him. Well, I guess that worked, Izuku said, as he turned around to see everyone was staring at him with caution as well as fear. What, is something wrong? Izuku asked, as Rias stared at him a little longer than the rest. Why, you just tamed the beast of the forest. That thing has been kicking powerful devils out of here because of their malicious aura. Even I was kicked out of here, and that was only because of the destructive potential of my power. Rias called out, running over to him. Izuku looked at the deer with confusion as he continued to give it head pats as she seemed to lean into the touch more. Well, I guess Serena is going to be my familiar, Rias Bucho. Izuku said, smiling at his master. As they disappeared from the familiar forest, they had unknowingly set loose a massive dragon that was in search of the Red Dragon Emperor. As everyone returned back to the Orc, they moved about the room as they prepared to increase their training regimen in order to prepare for the future. Izuku most of all was preparing himself for saving Rias from her problem. He didn't care about his problems, she was already helping him to gain his dream of becoming a hero. He would make sure to keep her safe as well as protected from any other suitors who wished to make her their own. So here he was in the forest training himself to increase the power of his strikes by punching Isunaki trees, since they were stronger than many trees within the country of Japan. As he was increasing his power of his strikes, he made sure to increase the power of his mind with Deepening as they continued to power up their own magical strength. In terms of magical strength, Izuku was merely subpar in terms of it. Overall, he was around a mid-class devil in terms of magic capabilities, and that meant that with some training he could become as strong as Sirzex with a lot of training. He knew that Rias' brother was the king of hell since he overheard her talking to him on one of her magical circles near her ear. So here he was training on his own in the forest, increasing his power as well as strength in order to make sure that he can properly save Rias from the marriage that she didn't wish for. He was punching the light gray tree bark as he was feeling some slight pain in his fists. He was so into his training that he never noticed that someone was closing in on him from behind. As soon as he heard the crackling of a fist coming in, he turned around only to be met with an explosive punch from Katsuki. His old bully. So this is where you have been hiding, you piece of shit. Katsuki said, as he growled at Izuku angrily. What do you want, Bakugo? Izuku asked, as the boy glared hard at Izuku. It's because of you that I have a mark on my record. I will have to work harder than ever in order to become the next #1 hero. Katsuki called out, as his hands glowed orange. What are you intending on doing right now? Izuku asked, as the boy glared at him harder. I will be making sure that you don't enter Ua by crippling you. Katsuki said, as he ran for the attack. Dodging each and every attack from the boy, Izuku stared at him in only pity as the boy was slowly becoming a villainous person. I'm not becoming a hero for humanity, Katsuki. Izuku said, and Katsuki noticed how he said, humanity. What, you think you can become a hero to someone else? Who? Katsuki glared at him. Izuku had used this distraction in order to create a magic circle in order to send the boy back while he was distracting him. Katsuki, I have done nothing but look up to you. You were my embodiment of victory for me. I looked up to All Might above you because of the fact that the man merely cared for the people he saved. He doesn't only fight villains," Izuku said, as Katsuki was about to say something else when Izuku spoke with a sad smile. "I'm not going to be a hero with you anymore. Just give up on me and just forget I exist," Izuku said, as Katsuki disappeared in a mode of green light. Izuku walked through the house as he sighed in exasperation since he had dealt with something extremely physically and mentally exhausting. Moving towards his bedroom, Miki had moved after him in order to make sure that he was okay. "Izuku, are you sure that you are fine right now?" Miki asked, as Izuku looked at her. I'm fine. Just mentally exhausted from seeing Katsuki again," Izuku said, as Miki stared at him in concern. "Don't worry. I made sure to tell him that I won't be becoming a hero like he wanted. I want to help people in my own way, not like becoming a vigilante or anything, just helping others in the way only I can," Izuku said, as Miki nodded her head and gave the boy a hug. "You were the greatest thing to happen to me and Goro after losing Issei. Can you please make sure to spend time with us from time to time?" Miki asked, as Izuku nodded. "I never had a mother-like figure before. I will try to make some time from school as well as my club in order to spend time with you and Dad," Izuku said, and before he could recognize what he said, he left the woman to her own devices. He acknowledged us as his parents," Miki softly said to herself. Looking behind herself, she found Goro standing there with tears in his eyes as she moved closer to him as well as smiling sadly with him. "He's had a long day, let's just let him rest," Miki said, as Goro nodded his head and they both headed to their rooms. As soon as the sun went down, Izuku was deep in his sleep, unaware of the fact that there was a massive bird looking through his window with eyes keeping an orange eye on his sleeping form. "Seems to be sleeping soundly for someone who is mentally exhausted," a male voice called out. "Well, at least it doesn't seem like he is powerful. If this is the piece that will save Rias, I am severely disappointed in how he presents himself. When are we visiting the human world again?" a female voice asked, as she looked at the man. "We will be visiting Rias in about 8 hours. Get some sleep. I will make sure to let the little bastard know his place," the man said, before the giant bird flew away. As soon as it disappeared, Izuku's eye opened up as he saw a singular orange feather floating down from its original perch from the telephone line before he fell back asleep. The next morning Izuku was making breakfast for Miki and Goro as they were walking down the stairs. Entering the kitchen, they found Izuku standing in front of the oven without a shirt, showing off his upper body. He was extremely lean for being muscular. They sat down at the table as he finished the American-styled eggs, toast, as well as ham. They ate in silence as they talked about what Izuku would be doing for class as well as his club that day until it was time for Izuku to leave. As Izuku went through his classes again for the day, he was looking over his schoolwork as he tried to make sure that his work was complete as well as perfect for when he would turn it in the next day. Arriving inside the Orc, he and Kiba had made their way over to the table as Izuku continued to do his studies in the room in order to remain on top of his class in terms of scores. Rias was extremely nervous as she knew who was coming, and she was relaxing as she saw that Izuku was seemingly in his own little world droning on about his classwork through his mumbles. Akeno and Kiba chuckled to themselves as Izuku devolved into his muttering as he made sure to complete his assignments when a magic circle appeared on the ground as a new arrival appeared in the room. "Well, this seems to be everyone inside the peerage of yours. Is the boy who is working on his assignments a part of your peerage?" the woman asked Rias as the young lady nodded. "I see. Well, you might want to get his attention for this meeting between you and Viser that will be happening soon," the woman said, as Rias gained an idea. "Grafia, could you please just allow Izuku to remain like this? I want to see how Viser would react to someone not giving him some attention," Rias asked, as the now-named Graphia looked at Izuku muttering to himself at his class assignment before she chuckled to herself and nodded her head when a magic circle sprang to life with the symbol of a phoenix on it. As soon as small flames appeared in the circle, a group of people arrived as it was a man with short blonde hair as well as dark blue eyes. He stood amongst a group of girls who were different in terms of body type as well as personality. "Ah, it's been a while since Riser has returned to the human realm. And it seems like I can finally meet my fiancé," Riser said, as he moved towards Rias. As they talked to one another, everyone in the room was watching Izuku's reaction towards Riser's presence as they saw that he was so in his world that he never noticed Rias talking to the bastard. It got to the point that Riser himself noticed how Izuku wasn't even paying attention to him and got down to see what he was doing. Looking at the assignments, he was surprised that it was enough to keep Izuku's attention off of him. Well, look at that, it seems Riser had found a nerd within Rias' peerage. At least he can give you some pointers on how to make a strategy, Riser said, when they all heard the snapping of a pencil. Looking down they saw a completely calm look on Izuku's face as he slowly looked up at the man as he smiled at him. "So you are the person who was in an arranged marriage with Rias Bucho," Izuku said, as everyone noticed that there was a slight aura around the boy. Graphia had released some of her power slightly to see Izuku's reaction, and it seemed like he didn't notice it, so either he was that stupid to not know whose presence he was in, or he couldn't recognize an aura of an opponent. "You know, I expected you to at least be a bit more muscular. You come from the Phoenix family, correct?" Izuku asked, as he pulled out a notebook. "Yes, Riser Phoenix comes from the Phoenix family." "What of it?" Riser asked, as Rias gained a concerned expression, but the feeling of laughter was trying to bubble out of herself. "Can you tell me about your powers?" Izuku asked, as he sat down on the couch near the man. "Why would I tell you about my powers?" the man asked, as Izuku stared at him. "Well, I just wish to learn about all devils that I want to learn what their powers consist of as well as how they can be used against others. I used to be a fan of heroes and I wrote everything I could about their quirks as well as their strengths. I couldn't become one though," Izuku said, as Riser became morbidly confused. This boy wasn't afraid of him, yet only wished to learn about his powers. What the hell was going on? "Boy, you should be fearful of me. I am one of the leading members of the rating games within the underworld, with 8 wins and only 2 losses. Riser said, as Izuku looked at him blandly. "If you think that you are powerful enough to win against any opponent, you are just flat out wrong," Izuku said, becoming deadly serious. It was so sudden that Riser had flinched from the tone of voice that Izuku used in order to address him, and he considered it to be slight fear of the boy. "I can already see a glaring weakness from you that can easily be abused in a fight," Izuku declared as he closed his notebook, foregoing the pleasure of learning about a new devil's powers. "What would that be, you weakling?" Riser asked, slowly growing furious. Izuku stared at him for a few moments before smirking at him with a seemingly happy smile for chaos. "Well, you are too arrogant to a fault that it could be used against you. Not only that, from what I could see from researching phoenixes that the human world had collected, an extremely easy way to defeat a phoenix is to pour water over its flames. Now if you think about it, since your last name is Phoenix, that means that you would have all the same problems that any other devil would have, but combined with the Phoenix from legend. Holy water would completely disregard your defense, as well as the fact that mixed with powerful blows, you will be defeated in seconds without any chance to regenerate. But if you regenerate from any kind of attack, you will need an attack of equal or more powerful strikes in order to make sure that it takes a while for regeneration to become a leading role in your survival. Even a phoenix can be killed, and you are too arrogant in order to prevent that kind of thing from happening," Izuku said, before sitting back down and focusing on his classwork. "Now if you don't mind, I would like to get back to my classwork without your presence here. Give us a week or 2 to train or whatever in order to do this rating game to free Rias Bucho, and she will be saved from your clutches," Izuku said, as he started to work on his classwork again. "Izuku's right, Riser. I won't be marrying you anytime soon, so give us 2 weeks maximum in order to train ourselves to defeat you in your peerage," Rias said, as she smirked at him. "I won't give you all 2 weeks, I will give you all 10 days. If you can defeat me in that time at the rating game, I will rescind the marriage request with Rias. Riser said, as he walked over to his peerage. Izuku looked up at this exact moment as he saw the girl with the same colored hair as well as eyes as Riser as he smiled at her as he mouthed to her about how he will save her from her family. He could tell from how she was being ignored by her older brother that she didn't want to be in his peerage, and he could see the pain in her eyes. So as soon as she saw him mouth his words to her, she became teary-eyed at the fact as she disappeared in her circle back home. Well, the rating game is slated to begin 10 days from now, be prepared for that time frame. Graphia said, as Izuku nodded. As Izuku continued to do his homework, he placed his free hand over Kaneko's head as he rubbed it softly as she gained a confused look on her face as well as thought about how soft his hands feel. It was then that her Nekomata parts came out as he continued to rub her head without seemingly noticing how he was bringing this part of her out without even trying or realizing that he was doing so. It wasn't until he heard purring that he continued to give head pats as he then looked over to find Koneko leaning into his touch as he continued to menstruate her head. He moved his fingers around her ears as he made sure to keep them from being touched as he scratched at her scalp as well as get a good itch from her head. Looking at the scene from her chair, Rias pulled out a phone and started to record the action that Izuku was doing with a smile on her face. We will be heading out to train tomorrow, Izuku, be prepared to tell your parents about this. Rias said, as Izuku nodded. 1 equals 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 equals. Walking through the doors of his home, Izuku walked towards the kitchen as he found Miki and Goro standing near one another as he spoke up. My club is going on a field trip to the woods in order to camp. Is it all right if I go with them? Izuku asked, as his newfound parents nodded their heads at him. As he walked towards his room, he decided to do something that was very embarrassing for him as he returned back to the kitchen as he saw them look back at him with confused expressions on their faces when he moved closer to them. I don't know why, but I feel like doing what I'm about to do, Izuku said, as both of them looked at him confused. But it was when he pulled them both in for a hug that they realized what he wanted to do and melted into his hug. If you want to talk about anything that troubles you, Izuku, just make the call and both me and Miki can talk to you. All right, Goro asked, as Izuku nodded his head. As he held them tight to himself, he kept his head down and lowered to not show them that he was crying within their hold as he remembered thoughts of resentment from the orphanage. It was enough to make him feel like he wasn't wanted inside of the place since he was quirkless and grew up bullied. Plus, heading to bed that night, Izuku had looked at the ceiling of his bedroom as he thought about what had happened previously in his life to get to this point. He had a loving family who seemingly cared for him more than he was at the orphanage, with the only exception being the old woman who was caring for him. He had friends as well as girls he was slowly but surely falling in love with, and he couldn't help the smile that was forming on his face as he began to think about the upcoming rating game against Riser Phoenix. He thought back to the girl who was similar in looks to Riser, but there was something wrong about the look in her eyes as he thought about a girl who was asking for help in her image. I don't know who you are, but I will find a way to save you from that horrible man. I don't care what happens to me, you look like you need help, and I will make sure to save both you and Rias, Izuku said, before falling to sleep on his bed. Waking up the next morning, he was prepping his things in order to go on a camping trip with his peerage mates as well as Master. Gathering up clothes as well as essentials for the trip, he had unknowingly brought something with him that shouldn't have been placed there. A picture of the orphanage he grew up inside of with a picture of the old woman as well as him as a 4-year-old. The smile on his face was so adorable that when Izuku saw it, he couldn't help but smile at how the time as a kid was more softer than it was before he was adopted. He shook his head as he went back to collecting his belongings in order to head over to train for the rating game. As soon as he exited, he left the house and was walking to the school. He had to meet Rias and the others located in order to head out for the training. As soon as he arrived, he found Rias, Akeno, Koneko, Kiba and Asia standing near the gate as they all smiled at him as he entered the place with a sad smile on his face. Walking over to the group, Rias created the magic circle in the middle of the ORC's courtyard in order to send them all to her family's vacation home deep in the mountains within Kuo's borders. Equals 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 equals. Appearing at the bottom of a mountain, the group gathered their things before making the climb up the mountain in order to get to the vacation home of the Gremory family. As they were walking up the mountain, Izuku had taken Asia's portion of her belongings as he climbed the mountain with almost the same amount of stuff as Koneko, as they made it a challenge to see who would get to the top of the mountain the fastest. Rias, Asia, Akeno and Kiba had watched the duo go up the mountain with a mirth in their eyes as they didn't want to be left behind in terms of the endurance test. Within the next few minutes, the group had managed to reach the top as Izuku and Koneko had already gotten to sparring with one another. Kaneko's more boxer-like battle style had Izuku's own street fighting skills put to the test as they were sparring intensely as Rias and the rest of the group had gone inside to drop their things off and change. Both fighters had been making sure that they were not giving the other the advantage as they clashed blows, making a small shockwave blast from both sides. Smirking at one another, they had gained a martial artist's thought as they wanted to have a great fight with one another, not to the death, but to the point the other can't fight anymore. In terms of fighting experience, Koneko had the advantage, but everywhere else was fair game as Izuku had the height, weight, as well as the power and speed in order to make up for his loss of strength compared to her. He had Katsuki as a power level for himself to compare Koneko to, and he was impressed with the simple fact that Katsuki's powerful blows were nothing compared to Koneko's. They were simple love taps compared to the small devil's own rook-powered strength that was making his arms numb from each strike. He was loving this sparring session as he increased his wild fighting style that he learned from both Katsuki as well as fighting other older students from other schools as he defended children from their bullying ways. In summary, Izuku's experience in fighting many opponents almost made up for his inexperience against devils in terms of fighting skill. He was a genius in using his analytical mind in order to come up with strategies in order to take an opponent down, but he wouldn't wish to just use his mind on his opponent, he wanted to show that his power could back up his mind. By the time Rias and the others had come back outside, they found Izuku and Koneko lying on the ground bruised but at the same time chuckling. Izuku was lying on his back as Koneko straddled him as she held his arms above his head, showing that he lost the spar, but from the bruises on her body, mainly her arms and cheeks, she didn't come out unscathed. "Alright, now that your sparring session is over, we need to do something about your power, Izuku," Rias said, as Izuku nodded his head. "What about it, Rias Bucho?" Izuku asked, standing back up as he naturally healed slowly. "The simple fact that you are a hybrid between a dragon and a human means that you can utilize your aura in order to create your power your own," Rias said, as she sat down in front of him. Izuku chuckled to himself as he showed her an emerald ball of energy that he made on the spot as Rias looked at it confused and looked at his eyes. They were glowing slightly as he made use of his newfound power that he was showing her as he looked away embarrassed. "I already know about my small abysmal power that I need to cultivate. Deepening already told me that in order to increase my power, I will need to constantly use it in order to increase my reserves," Izuku said, as Deepening spoke up. "Over the time since the Phoenix bastard had arrived in your office, partner had been training in increasing his auric powers of a dragon ever since. Hell, he had been doing that whilst he was sparring with the Nekomata," Deepening said, as everyone looked at the sacred gear with concern as well as shock. "How did you know what I was?" Koneko called out as she glared at Izuku. "I didn't know about it. Honest," Izuku said, as Koneko moved away from him. "He only found out now, Nekomata. It wasn't my intention to reveal that information." "But how do you think he knew about your favorite scratching spots on your head?" "I told him to scratch you there. He made the small connection that you were cat-like in nature but didn't connect them truly to find out until now. For that I apologize if you wanted to keep it secret," Deepening said, with an apologetic voice. "Well, at least the cat's out of the bag, no pun intended. I don't care about your nature as a Nekomata though, Koneko-chan, I just like you for you," Izuku said, as he stood up stretching his body, unknowingly giving some of the girls a nice view of his abs. Okay, now that that's done, Izuku, how about you start charging your power until you can't do it anymore? Rias said, taking the attention away from Koneko, to which the short girl was happy about. Hey, what's going on? Why is the short girl looking at me? Serves you right, pervert. I'm not a pervert. As Izuku started to charge the power in his left hand, it started to glow into a massive ball of red energy as Izuku growled softly. By the time he wasn't capable of using the power anymore, he felt that he had boosted at least 22 times. Now release the power, Izuku. Rias called out, as Izuku launched it towards the mountain range off in the distance. The mountain was destroyed completely as it was uprooted from the ground, leaving a smoldering crater. Well, at least we know how much power you can pack, but you need to be capable of making sure that you can hit the target if you launch it. That will be a last-ditch effort of an attack. I hope you can create more of those in the future. Rias said, smirking at Izuku. I can do this all day. Izuku said, smirking at her, panting softly. Well, since you started to train physically, you don't need to do that today, but you will be increasing your endurance more so than it is by carrying every single bit of Kaneko's bag of bricks and heavy metal that she brought here. Then you will go to Akeno as you learn with Asia to use your aura as well as demonic magic in order to increase its range as well as reserves. Then for the remainder of the week except for the last day, we will train doing this repeatedly before resting for the last day entirely. As the group went to their stations, Izuku grabbed the bag that Koneko had brought up the mountain as she smirked at him from afar, as Izuku nearly fell backwards from the weight of it all. See you back up here in an hour or two, Izuku, she said, bluntly, before kicking him down the mountain and all the way to the bottom. Why did you feel the need to kick him? Asia asked, worriedly. Don't worry, he'll live, Koneko said, before walking away to do her own training. After a few hours of training by making his way up the mountain and being kicked back down it, only to come back up again, Izuku had finally finished his training for his endurance before moving inside the building as he caught his breath and started to increase his reserves of aura as well as magical power. He was admittedly having a lot of fun as he was making small orbs of emerald-colored energy as he started to do more things with it. He changed its form as well as made it larger with placing more energy within it. He was having so much fun since he could play with the power more that he never noticed how time seemed to pass. Now it was time for speed training, so that he could keep dodging Kiba's strikes in order to increase his reaction time as well as speed to be a threat to all peerages. Izuku's placement as a pawn piece was a massive enhancement to the team since he took all 8 pieces to become a member of the peerage. Dodging each strike from Kiba was seeming to be child's play as the boy decided to go to his maximum speed in order to try and get Izuku to have some trouble. They kept at this speed and reaction time training as Akeno had exited the building in order to join in on Izuku's reaction time training with his speed. Needless to say, with Akeno joining the fray, Izuku's reaction time as well as speed was put to the test as he barely dodged each attack and reacted to them just milliseconds before he was hit. But like all training sessions, Izuku had passed the time and forgotten about it as they all went in to get a bath as well as make dinner before heading to bed for the night before continuing on the next day. As Izuku moved into the kitchen, he had started making dinner alone since he wanted to make a meal that would serve as an apology for what happened before training had begun for Koneko as well as make his favorite meal. As soon as everyone returned to the kitchen, Izuku had went to the bathrooms in order to take a shower as well as a bath. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he started to take off his clothes as he looked at himself in the mirror. Scars, and even more scars. Geez, who would like a man with so many scars on his body? I would not care about meeting a girl with that kind of problems and would make sure to tell them that it was a sign they survived whatever they endured. For me though, I don't really like them all that much. Izuku thought aloud to himself. Looking closely at one of the scars in particular, Izuku stared at the multitude of starburst-like scars all culminating at the hand imprint on his left shoulder. Turning around, he saw the scar on his back that he would be left reminding himself about for the rest of his life, and it hadn't left since it was placed on his back ever since he was 3 years old. He looked at his back from the mirror in the room before sighing in sadness as he walked away from it. Another mirror on the door showed us that the scar on his back said one thing: worthless. equals 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 equals. After finishing his shower as well as subsequent bath, Izuku placed the hero-grade makeup on his back and chest and left shoulder as he hid the scars. Leaving the bathroom, he entered the kitchen to find that dinner was almost gone, as he moved over to his favorite food and gave himself a bowl of it. Katsudon was his most favored food, and he would die like a hero in order to get some of it on the last day of his life if he could. Although, that poses a question in his mind that he had been thinking about since the previous day. I wonder what it was like to grow up with a mother making that meal for me. Izuku thought inside his head. As dinner was completed, the girls headed into the baths in order to clean themselves up further, as Izuku and Kiba had went to bed for the evening. Both boys had been adamant about not entering the bathroom in order to keep their mentalities the same and not scar the other. The next morning came as Izuku and Kiba were seen training with one another, as Kiba had started to train Izuku in the blade so that when he gets his own, he could use it correctly. Izuku had taken to learning a bladed weapon like a fish to water, as he had started to use his own version of a sword style that suited him best. As soon as the girls exited the building, they found the two boys clashing blades many times as they raced across the field in order to try and outmaneuver the other. Izuku had more power as well as defense compared to Kiba, as the young man had more technique as well as speed compared to Izuku. They were breaking even with their strikes as their powerful blows were creating shockwaves from the clashes. The fight was intense, just like Izuku and Kaneko's sparring session, as they started to clash blades before Izuku decided to forego the blade and toss it over to Rias as she caught it before he launched himself at Kiba. As both fighters had started a brawl of sorts, with the exception of Kiba still using his blade, Izuku had created scales for his arms so that he could defend his arms completely. Their strikes were fast and precise as they clashed with one another, one with a smirk whilst the other had a calmer expression in the fight. It wasn't much longer before Izuku had started to create a new style of fighting to throw Kiba off as he went for a hit-and-run tactic. "So you were just going to hit me and run off? That's not honorable," Kiba said, as he heard a voice behind himself. "Well, all is fair in love and war, isn't it?" Izuku asked, as his breath sent chills down Kiba's spine. Swinging his blade behind himself, Izuku blocked the strike as he continued to erase his presence except for when he struck so that he could deal too much damage for Kiba's defense to keep up. Eventually Izuku's speed as well as power had defeated the strict defense of Kiba as the boy had sent the young man's blade into the air, as Izuku jumped towards it, grabbing it, and landing in front of the boy with said blade pointing at his neck. "You win this sparring session. Never thought that your analytical mind would help you out in a sword fight. I was thinking that you'd ditch the sword before switching over to the brawling far faster," Kiba said, as Izuku glared at him playfully. "I will have you know that I think smarter, not harder. I wanted to play with your mind and have you keep wondering when I would switch up the sword fight into a brawl. And to think that you predicted it almost to the second was actually really exhilarating," Izuku retorted as Rias looked at them with awe as well as happiness. As soon as the second day of training continued, Izuku had been having a recurring thought to himself as he trained throughout the day. "Why is it that I feel attracted to some of the girls here? And specifically when they are either teaching me something or when I am getting my ass beat. 2. It has been a couple of days since the start of training happened for the Gremory peerage, as Izuku finds himself physically sparring with Koneko and Kiba once again. Their difference in both speed as well as power has been giving him leagues of strength enhancement as well as speed and endurance. Although the endurance is the one thing he has in spades, there will be nothing that will be taking him down unless it is a high-class devil who is on par with either Rias' cousin, Riser Phoenix, or one of the other stronger high-class devils or higher, within the Devil Society. Izuku found himself dodging a strike from Koneko as she tried to punch him in the gut from his seemingly distracted body. He moved into the strike of Kiba as the young man had slammed the wooden blade into his gut, sending him flying back towards the edge of the clearing they were sparring in. Izuku managed to catch himself in the air with his devil wings before flying towards them at max speed as he clashed his transformed arm with Kiba's wooden blade. It was surprisingly powerful as bits and pieces of sparks came off of the wooden blade. It wasn't much longer before the blade caught fire as Izuku kicked the young man away. Izuku then focused on the higher threat level in Koneko as the girl rushed him as she went into her boxing fighting style as he maneuvered around her strikes elegantly. He countered each strike, which was then dodged each and every time because of her height difference with him. Jumping back, Kiba had landed with a fully metallic blade now as he charged at Izuku with intent to do harm to him. Koneko then came at Izuku from the side as he smirked at both of them as he boosted himself a bit more in order to hold himself there for a bit. He had been trying to place his body at higher portions of power so that he could get used to holding it at the maximum he could and increase that power from there. And the results were pretty damning. His power maximum in terms of collecting boosts were up in the hundreds just from his training for a couple of days of the repeated training regimen. He felt like they could win if he managed to get strong enough to access his balance breaker form soon. Equals 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 equals. Izuku was sitting in the bathroom in the small bath as he was relaxing after a long day of training. He had been training ever since that Monday as he wanted to make sure that he was strong enough to save Rias from her loveless marriage. Hey Deepening, how much longer will I have to wait in order to gain my balance breaker? Izuku asked his partner. As far as I know, partner. You should have already gained the power to activate it. You just need to call it out. Deepening said, as Izuku looked at himself. Is there some kind of phrase that I have to say in order to activate it? Or should I keep it a secret from my allies? Izuku asked, as Deepening adopted a humming thinking sound. Do you want Rias and the others to know that you have enough power to activate your balance breaker yet or no? Deepening asked, as Izuku now adopted a thinking expression. I don't know. I want them to know. That way we can make plans for when I reveal my balance breaker to Riser, but I think we should keep it as a surprise for when the rating game happens later on tomorrow. Izuku said, nodding to himself. I am with you all the way, partner. Just be sure to inform them of how you were capable of gathering all that power when you win. In terms of sheer power now, you are now stronger than that Phoenix brat. Show him the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Deepening said, as he smiled from inside the boosted gear. Izuku nodded his head as he continued on with his bath. Unknown to him, Kiba had been near the door and heard everything he had stated and wanted to let Izuku have his fun. He could remember all the times they trained with one another in the last few days. Hell, Izuku even brought him out so that they could increase his hold on massive power that he collects in order to keep fighting. Kiba had noticed some changes to Izuku over the last few days though. From what little he could see of the boy washing his hair, he noticed that there were nubs on his head which completely confused him. He had thought that the boy was human through and through, but that was proving to be the opposite as the nubs over the last few days had been increasing in size. They had also allowed their familiars to come out and train with one another as well, since they would be allowed to be used in the rating game. For Izuku though, the young man had been feeling some slight pain over the last few days of training. His power had been increasing over the last few days at a rapid pace that for some reason his body was trying to acclimate to the amount of training he was putting himself through. Izuku left the bathroom as he changed into his normal clothes that he wore to bed every night before turning in. He woke up about 5 hours later in a cold sweat as he had a slight nightmare about Bakugo attempting to kill him once again. He wasn't scared of the boy at the time since he knew that his pain tolerance was enough to make sure that he didn't die, but the simple fact that Bakugo had been in his nightmare once more had caused him to think twice about things. He could have died before he was adopted by the Hyodo family, and they could have been incapable of having another boy live in their home like they wanted to. Shaking his head from the memory, Izuku went downstairs in order to get a drink of water so that he could get the memory out of his mind for the rest of the night. But it was here that Rias was seen doing some research on the Phoenix family as she was wearing glasses in order to seemingly read. Cute, he thought to himself before shaking himself from those hormonal thoughts. Walking over to her, she noticed his presence and smiled at him, although she was curious as to why he was awake at the same time as her and voiced it. What are you doing awake at the moment, Izuku? She asked, with a slight tilt of the head. I couldn't sleep, had a slight nightmare of my life before everything happened here. Izuku said, as he sat down on the couch near Rias. Well, want to tell me about it? She asked, as Izuku shook his head. It's from my past, no real need to worry about it. He's out of my life for now, I can just only hope that from here on out it gets better, Izuku said, smiling at her sadly. I've been up doing some late-night research on the Phoenix family in order to try and make sure we can have a good plan in order to defeat Riser. Rias said, as she sighed. But there hasn't been anything that I have been capable of seeing that would help us in the raiding game against that bastard. Rias said, as she growled at the indignation of not finding anything useful. Well, what is the main thing they had done in the last few raiding games that were more of something to keep an eye on? Izuku asked, as Rias spoke about how Riser sent his forces out like they were mere pawns for him. So where does he keep the Phoenix Tears? Izuku asked, as Rias looked at him confused. What are you talking about? She asked, as Izuku looked at her. You are one of the smartest girls I've ever seen, yet you don't think that he'd bring at least 2 Phoenix Tears in order to level the playing field? Izuku asked, as Rias blushed in embarrassment. Well, I never seen him use a Phoenix Tear in his raiding games before. She said, indignantly. Well, by my estimations, he should leave Phoenix Tears with either his bishop or his queen pieces respectively. So we should prepare for the event that Akeno faces off against Riser's queen and the woman takes the chance to use a Phoenix Tear in order to heal her wounds. Izuku said, as Rias nodded. How should she get the tear away from Yubeluna then? Rias asked, as Izuku looked at her confused. What? She asked, before Izuku asked a question of his own. Who's Yubeluna? He asked, as Rias thought about what he did at the ORC to the man. Okay. So Yubeluna was the woman who Riser had kissed in front of you to try and get a rise out of you. But then you completely disregarded what he did and completely ignored him. It really was a sight to see, Rias said, as she blushed slightly. I hope that doesn't become a masochistic thing for me in the future. Izuku muttered to himself calmly as Rias looked at him in confusion. Shaking his head from the thought, he looked at the footage of the raiding games that Riser had been a part of in the last few years. He was, from what Izuku could see, mediocre at best in terms of planning. He just sent out his forces. At least a rook, and a couple pawns in different spots in order to overwhelm his opponents with numbers. And if that didn't work, he'd send his queen to pick apart those who remained after such a fight. It wasn't that much in terms of planning now that he thought about it. They had moved outside where they spent a good portion of the rest of the night making a plan to take Riser off guard in order to take him down. In order to completely win the game, they had to overwhelm him with massive amounts of power, and in order to do that, they needed to catch him off guard. Izuku had the perfect plan in order to catch the man off guard, and as he informed Rias about the plan, Izuku smirked to himself as the plan was in the making, with Rias giving him a pointer or two about the plan to make it without flaws. In their minds they thought of the same exact thing that would happen in the raiding game the next day. Riser is not going to see this coming. Equals 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 equals. The raiding game day had finally arrived, and Izuku had been waiting in his room at home in order to mentally prepare for the events to come. Izuku left his room and told his stepparents about what he would be doing and informed them about the supernatural world. They took the information in and were at least happy that he was able to still be alive, but warned him to be extremely careful in the raiding game he was doing. As the most famous strategist in history always said, "No plan ever makes it completely to the field of battle." As soon as the magic circle appeared in the room on the floor, Izuku looked over at Goro and Miki as they smiled at him with tears in their eyes. "Go make us proud," Goro said, as Izuku smiled back. "Show them what a dragon is really made of," Miki called out, as Izuku gave them a hug before stepping into the magic circle and leaving them in darkness. "You want to try to give Izuku at least a sibling?" Guro asked, as Mickey thought about it. I don't know if I will be ready to have another kid. Remember what happened the 2 times before we had Issei? Mickey asked, as Guro shook his head. You're much more careful now, and with Izuku here, he will be more capable of protecting the little one a lot better than when it was just Issei. Guro said, as Mickey smiled. Inside the orc, Izuku appeared with a smile on his face as the group started to make their plans again as they made their observations. As soon as their plan was officially complete, they looked behind themselves and saw that a white magic circle had appeared and Graphia Lucifuge had arrived. The rating game is about to begin, you ready? She asked, as Izuku looked at Rias as she did the same with the peerage. We are Graphia, take us to the rating game, Rias said, with determination. As soon as the magic circle grew to a size that took the entire group and Graphia away, Izuku and the others noticed that they were given the home field advantage. Izuku smirked even more at the notion of not being taken seriously. He could use this place to his advantage even more than before. Alright, it seems like Riser is looking down on us with choosing this place as the arena for our rating game. Rias said, as she glared at the principal's office. We all know the plan. Get our familiars to create traps in the area surrounding the orc and take down any and all threats that come towards us. Izuku said, summoning his familiar. Serena appeared in the room as she looked at Izuku with knowing eyes as she looked around the place. It seems as if we are in a simulation, what is thy bidding? She asked, as Izuku explained everything to her. I see, I will set up traps for you all. I may need some assistance with setting them up though. Serena said, as Izuku nodded as every other familiar came up to her and joined her to create a trap for the forces against them. Izuku stepped outside of the building as he climbed to the roof of the building as he started to boost himself to the maximum. Deepening, how long will I be able to keep up Balance Breaker? Izuku asked, as low as he could. In terms of power alone, you could be able to keep it up for about an hour at best, with further training you could keep it up indefinitely. Deepening said, as Izuku thought to himself about it. That is a lot of time in order to take down Riser. Could I literally kill him with full power right off the bat? Izuku asked, as Deepening spoke up. It is highly likely that if you went full power right now, you could kill his entire peerage and leave him all alone. It would be highly advantageous of you to take them out now, but they'd be dead and won't be capable of returning from the depths of Hades dimension. Tread carefully and use your max power on Riser, he can take the damage. Just don't release full power attacks multiple times, it will decrease the amount of time you can attack Riser at full power. Deepening warned as Izuku nodded. With that decided, Izuku watched as a smoky mist covered the entirety of the area, as he smirked to himself. The plan is going according to how me and Rias devised it. Now all we need to do is sit down and wait for them to come to us. Izuku said, smirking to himself. As the fighting in the rating game exhibition match began, Izuku moved back within the orc as he made sure to make himself scarce. As the familiars placed traps all over the ORC's location, Rias and the others began their plan as they sent Hyodo and Koneko over to the gym in order to gain it as a location to be used. When they entered the building, Hyodo and Koneko had engaged in combat against the Rook, and 3 pawns inside as they made to follow their plan. The first part of the plan was extremely simple. Make Riser think that Rias is using her stronger pieces first before sending in Akeno to blow up the gym and bring her back. Then have Izuku move in to remove Hyodo and Koneko before Yubeluna could come in and take out key members of the peerage. Everything was going according to the plan that was set up by Rias, but the second part of the plan was completely based on chance. From what they all knew, Izuku would be as close to the building as possible and would get them out of there before Yubeluna could get the chance to attack. As soon as Koneko and Hyodo had defeated their enemies, Izuku busted through the side of the gym as he grabbed both people and ran off into the forest nearby. It wasn't much longer when Akeno arrived at the gym and blew it up, defeating a queen-level rook, and 3 pawns within the gym. Izuku had taken down a bishop as well as 3 pawns of his own when he was patrolling the ORC's outskirts and had arrived in time to get Koneko and Hyodo out of there. They were heading over to the track and field of Kuo Academy as Izuku noticed on the comms that Akeno and Yubeluna had encountered the other. Izuku found himself, Hyodo and Koneko standing in front of the group of remaining Phoenix Peerage members. A rook, a bishop, 2 pawns and 1 knight. The bishop though was who he was really looking at, as the girl looked like she didn't want to be here fighting the Gremory peerage. Izuku walked over to the girl as she noticed he was looking at her with something that wasn't lust like her brother did. Izuku kneeled a little to get on her height as he placed a palm over her head as she physically flinched at his touch. As she looked up to him, Izuku only smiled at her as he told her the one thing he was planning on doing for her. "You need help?" Izuku asked, as the girl looked at him scared. What do you mean by that?" she asked, as Izuku placed a hand over hers. "I asked if you needed some help." Izuku repeated his question. Equals 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 equals. Over nearby, Rias could see that her plans were coming to fruition and couldn't wait in order to attack Riser. She was seen in Izuku's peripherals as he sighed slightly angrily as he thought about how she was screwing up the plan that they had both made. "What's your name, young lady?" Izuku asked, as the girl looked at him. Revel Phoenix. "That's a beautiful name. Based on the immortal Phoenix Revella, right?" Izuku asked, as Revel looked at him. "Why yeah, how did you know?" she asked, as Izuku smiled at her. "I did my research. But I apologize, I need to stop your peerage from winning this," Izuku said, as he did a chop to her neck. As she was about to pass out from the sudden damage to her neck, she smiled as she asked a question of her own. "Could you save me from my family?" Izuku looked on as the girl turned into blue modes of light as he smirked to himself. "I will make it my mission after this," Izuku said, as she fully disappeared. As soon as he turned around, he found that his peerage mates had managed to take down their own opponents, but they were weak at the moment. "DxD, is now a good time to show my new form?" Izuku asked, as he looked at his left wrist. "Not at this moment, wait a little bit more. You'll need all the power possible in order to shove it in that bastard's face that he isn't immortal," DxD said, as Izuku nodded. Izuku then made his way towards the school building as he wanted to make Riser's pain slow and painful. As painful as possible. From what Revel had told him, she was being abused by her family as well as her older brother, and if there was anything that he hated more than anything, it was bullies and abusive families. Entering the building, he coldly stated his promotion to Queen Peace as he felt a rush of power entering through his body before he started his boosting. Climbing up the stairs, he allowed Kiba and Koneko to pass him up as he deliberately made his climbing slow as he wanted to collect as much power as possible so that he could take Riser by surprise. It wasn't much longer before he found his way onto the rooftop and climbed up it as he saw his peerage mates attacking Riser with everything they had. But from what it looked like, it wasn't doing anything productive. Izuku was slowly moving in on Riser from behind as the man was so arrogant about his win coming that he never noticed Izuku's rising power and pressure beginning to overpower his own. The other peerage mates of his noticed his presence, noticeably lowering Riser's pressure as they all smiled happily. "What is wrong? Are you all going delusional in your last moments?" Riser asked, arrogantly. It wasn't much longer before he got his answer with a punch through his torso as he coughed up some blood. Looking down, he found a gauntleted hand holding the heart from his chest as it beat in his hand. Riser then watched as Izuku pulled his hand back inside his body as he let go of the heart, allowing the man to regenerate the wounds. Riser stumbled forwards as he turned around to only meet a fist to his face, sending him to the ground below. When the dust cloud had cleared up, Izuku looked at the downed phoenix as he smirked evilly as he felt the power starting to make his judgment clouded somewhat. Sue him. He loved when he could fight an opponent at full power, and that was partially the reason why he fought Katsuki so much. He jumped from the building and landed nearby as he started to walk over to Riser as the man got up and dusted himself off. "To think a pawn such as yourself could really stand up to me. That was a lucky shot you got on me," Riser arrogantly said, as Izuku stared at him as he formed draconic wings on his back with devil ones. "You know something, Riser, I've never really liked you. From the moment you appeared in the ORC looking and acting like a spoiled brat, I have nothing but disappointment for you. You have the entire harem that most men nowadays would kill to have, and you were just so greedy that you wanted to add more to it?" Izuku asked, as he stood in front of the man now. Riser was tall, imposing even with his power of regeneration. But compared to the pressure that Izuku, who was much shorter than Riser by the way, it was like a kitten attacking a bear. "I know that I have the power to completely annihilate you from this world if I wanted to. The impalement of your body whilst holding your heart was the main factor for doing so," Izuku said, as Riser got noticeably more scared in his posture. Preposterous. The Phoenix clan are immortal beings. We simply cannot die from any normal means of fighting," Riser called out, as Izuku circled the man. "While yes, it is almost impossible to kill a member of your house, it is not at the same time impossible to kill a phoenix. You can kill it as many times as you like, it will just revive from its ashes, but nobody said anything about breaking its will to live," Izuku said, as he glared at the phoenix descendant. He started to reveal his newfound power from his 10 days of training as Riser began to realize true fear. Izuku's form began to get slightly bigger, from his 5 feet 5 height to around the same height of Riser himself 5 feet 10. Izuku's body formed draconic horns as well as a draconic tail with spikes on the end. His fangs had become much sharper as well as his tongue becoming more fork-like in nature, but his eyes were the main thing that set off Riser. Izuku's emerald eyes had changed somewhat from their original emerald look to having one emerald eye and one golden eye, that were slitted like a dragon's. There is no way. Why you're the descendant of a dragon? ? Riser called out, fearfully. "I never truthfully knew about my lineage until Deepening told me about it about a month and a half ago. But ever since I found out, I had done some research around the subject, I finally noticed who was my true parentage. But I will leave that as a surprise for later. I want to meet me draconic mother soon, but I guess I should focus on you," Izuku said, as he flew past the Phoenix Air. As he was now standing behind the Phoenix Air, he looked behind himself as Riser was slowly moving to turn his body around as it trembled softly. "You know, I just don't understand why you would abuse your little sister like this. Making her a part of your harem, that is a bad thing you should be doing. You should be protecting your little sister from people who will use her feelings against her, although if it comes down to it. I will take her in for your worthless family," Izuku said, as his body glowed red. Turning around fully, Izuku saw the telegraphed punch coming for him as he dodged the strike as Riser showed his true anger. "You will not take my little sister from me, you bastard," Riser screamed as he attacked in a flurry of punches and kicks powered by his phoenix flames. Izuku dodged each strike as well as kick from his opponent as the man was working tirelessly to at least hit Izuku even once. "I think now's the time to show him just how far ahead of him you really are, partner," Deepening informed finally, Izuku thought to himself before kicking Riser back and into the ground. As Izuku moved back a few meters, he started to power up as his aura had shown as the winds in the area started to be blown back in different directions. "Balance. Break," Izuku said, as red armor had started to glow into existence and formed over his body. Izuku's arms had red armor appearing over his left arm as if it was some mecha anime as it clunked together as they did the same for the rest of his body. Eventually it came down to his head as Izuku stopped the transformation of his balance breaker form for added effect. "Tonight, I dine on yakitori," Izuku said, before the helmet had clunked over his face and mouth. As soon as his transformation was complete, Izuku launched himself faster than that of Riser's previous speed as he punched the Phoenix Air in the stomach, causing him to fold over Izuku's wrist and arm. Inside the armor, Izuku was smirking to himself as he kicked Riser into the school before following suit. Everyone on the building of the school had ultimately made the decision to jump away from it as they were in awe of Izuku's crimson red, balance breaker form. "Since when could Izuku do that?" Rias called out, as Akeno and Koneko looked in awe. "Oh, he could do that since the last day of training Bucho," Hiba said, as everyone looked at him. "Why didn't you think it was a good idea to tell me about this?" Rias asked, concerned. He wanted it to be a surprise. It wouldn't be a surprise if he told us about it, now, would it? Hiba asked, as Rias and the others nodded exasperatedly. 4. Back with Izuku and Riser, the young man was essentially bullying Riser with his power as he was giving the man a great pounding. "Get your minds out of the gutters. Like he was literally pounding the man into Swiss cheese. Izuku stood up from the small crater of what remained of the school as he looked down at the many holes of Riser Phoenix. This is pathetic, this is the ultimate Phoenix. I thought that went to your older brother. Izuku said, scoffing. He picked up the downed Phoenix family member as he kicked the man and sent him tumbling away from himself as he landed in a storage room. Izuku walked slowly over to his enemy as Izuku found Riser regenerating at an extremely slow pace now that he had damage to the inside of his body. How are you this strong? Riser exclaimed as he struggled to stand properly. That's easy, you gave me the time to train harder than ever before. Izuku said, before kicking the man in the stomach causing him to throw up his lunch. As Riser heaved on the ground coughing up his lunch and breakfast, Izuku stood above the Phoenix air as he glared down at the man. He charged a blast that would only knock out the Phoenix as he glared at the man with as much hate as possible. Any last words before you have your first official loss? Izuku asked, as Riser looked up at him. What can I give you in order to get you to back off, and away from my family? Riser asked, as Izuku thought about it. Allow your sister to move into my home and become mine. Izuku said, as his draconic instincts were flaring up at this moment. Like in bed? Riser asked, a little blush adorning his face. And no, I wouldn't do that to her unless she wanted it. Although I have no idea about how to bed her. I will not do so unless she wants it. I will give her the family she deserves. As well as break up this arranged marriage to Rias Gremory. Izuku said, as Riser stared at Izuku looking into his eyes. They were still slits, as Izuku glared down at the Phoenix air, and Izuku was looking into Riser's own eyes. I accept. Why your terms then? Our Red Dragon Emperor. Although the entire Devil faction will have your head F for stopping this marriage. Riser said, as Izuku blasted him into blue modes of light. I know, and I will take on any challenge who thinks they will take my king from me. Izuku said, as his armor disappeared as he took a knee. Taking deep gulps of air into his body, Izuku had thought about how close that was for him to losing that fight. Damn, I need to train more in that form if I don't wish to have a close call like that again. Izuku thought as he spoke mentally to Deepening. You're telling me, partner, I thought you were about to pass out from the exertion. Deepening bantered. Well, at least we are saving Rias and Revel. Izuku thought to himself as he passed out on the ground. It has been a few hours since the peerage had won against Riser Phoenix and his peerage. Izuku had just saved both Revel and Rias from their painful memories of Riser and the Phoenix family as a whole. Rias was more affectionate with Izuku, and for the young man so was Revel Phoenix. It was surprising for him as he was looking at the girl as if she was similar to a younger sister, but he put it aside since she was a beautiful young girl who was his age at least. And to be honest with himself, he did find her attractive in the slightest, but he would rather make sure that she feels good with herself within his home so that she doesn't get any weird feelings with him. But with Rias being more affectionate with him, Revel had started to take things a bit far in terms of affection towards him, and it got to the point the two were actively vying for his attention at times. For the last time, Rias Bucho, I can't give you attention when I am doing the same for Revel at the moment. Besides, you see me all the time at school, and you are given more attention there than me by others. I don't know why you want my attention so much. As soon as I rise through the ranks within the Devil faction, I will be making my own peerage anyway. Izuku said, as Revel looked at the boy. Could I be a part of your future peerage? She asked, as Izuku nodded whilst giving her head pats. It was nice for him. He really felt like he was wanted with his new family, the Hyodos, and he was keeping his original name of Midoriya since he didn't wish to be a replacement for the Hyodos. He was about to enter the home of the Hyodos when the door opened itself, revealing Goro looking at Izuku, Revel and Rias. What's wrong? Izuku asked, concerned as the man started to smile. Well, you didn't inform me that we'd be having guests. What is the occasion for bringing these two ladies here, Izuku? What are you trying to lose your V card already? What a man. Goro said, teasingly. Dad, I'm not doing that. ? I was just going to ask if you could help set up the spare room. Izuku said, looking away, touching his index fingers together. What is the occasion? The man asked seriously. Revel-chan is going to be living with us now, her previous family. wasn't as nice to her, so we helped her get away from them. Izuku said, as Goro smiled sadly. I see, well I can help set up the room, you can show her around the place and get her to sleep in your room for the night. Rias, you can sleep in Izuku's room as well since we will need to set up the spare room for a couple of days in order to get everything ready for Revel-chan. Goro said, as Rias nodded. The group entered the building as Goro left for some late-night work, and as soon as he pulled out of the yard and left, Izuku pulled both girls into his room. Equals 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 equals. As they sat down on his bed, he pulled out some homework that he hadn't completed yet as he started to do it. Both girls watched as he did the work. They couldn't help but smile at how hard-working he was, especially when it came to schoolwork. It was near midnight when Izuku stretched from his chair at the desk when he turned around and went over to his desk in order to change his clothes, completely forgetting about the two girls in his room sleeping on his bed. Unknown to the boy, his slight noise in the room had been enough to have both girls pass out completely without him noticing. And as soon as he started to change his clothes, one of the girls woke up and saw what was happening and with a blushing face pretended to still be asleep whilst watching him. She got a good look at his back as she saw the scars there from seemingly burns as well as cuts all over the back. She was concerned when she saw something that was transcribed onto his body but looked away from it. She looked lower and found that he was only taking off his pants, and as she went to look away, she couldn't pull her eyes away as it revealed that he wasn't wearing any underwear, and her face became crimson red. She saw something that she shouldn't have and watched as the massive spot from the boy's crotch swayed as he moved. She then heard a small groan of slight pain as well as anger come from Izuku as he seemingly looked angered at his increased size. I can't believe that I've only gotten bigger since I gained control over the boosted gear. Any idea as to why that is, Drake? Izuku asked. It is to let you be capable of procreation in the future should you require it. As a dragon you will find mates who will think you are the best chance at securing a legacy. So the side effect of the boosted gear is having an increased sexual drive to the point of which it increases the testosterone in the male body, and a different protein for a female to increase libido. Drake informed as he smirked inside the boosted gear. It's bad enough that I was already big to begin with, but this is just ridiculous. This only happens in dojins where the man has an abnormally large crotch in order to have sex. But I never thought that I'd be hit with the same problem. How am I not dead from the sheer size as well as amount of blood having to go there? Izuku mumbled to himself, not realizing that he was now looking in the girl's way and not seeing how she was staring at his member. Shaking his head, he put on some boxers and climbed into the bed between both girls as he had kept himself quiet about the problem at hand. Maybe it will sober up in the morning. He never really had a problem with it during the mornings. As soon as he laid down on the bed he was out like a light, as the girl revealed herself to be Revel as she felt something growing up on her rear and she couldn't help but let out a quiet breathily moan as it seemingly grew more on her. That boy has no reason to be that big. How is he bigger than my brother? And from what Goro-san said, he was still a virgin. Has he never dealt with an erection like that? No matter, I will make sure that if it is still like this in the morning, I will make sure that it is pleased. Revel thought to herself. Soon she was out like a light. As the night came to a close, Rias though had been awake the entire time, and as soon as she looked over at the sleeping Izuku she turned over her body and reached her hand over and stroked Izuku's increasing mass on Revel's rear. She bit her lip as she felt the sheer size of it before shaking her head no and went back to bed. Tomorrow is another day. As soon as both got out of the shower, Izuku had changed into his normal clothes for school as he prepared to start breakfast in the kitchen. It wasn't much longer before Rias and Revel came downstairs with Mickey and Goro Hyodo as they saw what was happening in the kitchen. It's so nice to see Izuku cooking for others instead of us, Mickey said, smiling. Izuku smiled at the woman before noticing the pregnancy test in the woman's hand before smiling even more. I take it you both are trying to a new child? Izuku asked, as Mickey and Goro looked at one another before smiling. Always the perceptive one, aren't you, Izuku? Yes, ever since you left for the whole camping trip with your club, me and Mickey were seeing if we could try for a new child. And we had some great luck. Guro said, as Izuku smiled sadly at them. Well, I certainly hope that whoever this newcomer will become, won't get too ahead of themselves. Izuku said, looking at the food he made. Don't worry, if you're thinking we're replacing you for our family, don't. We feel like you are a part of our family, and besides you will be the big brother of Tay family. Mickey said, as she rubbed Izuku's back. It's fine, don't worry. Just making sure that the newcomer doesn't get a big head. Izuku said, laughing. So Izuku, what were you and Revel-chan doing in the bathroom this morning? Guro asked, with a smug smirk on his face. Izuku looked at the man in the eyes before looking away with a slight blush on his cheeks before leaving the room to them as Revel blushed crimson from the question itself. Rias looked confused at the question before noticing Revel's blush on her face and pouted at her. She wanted to be Izuku's first time, damn it. It wasn't much longer before the school day started for Izuku as he caught himself up on the classwork he missed during the camping week he had. The problematic homework he did wasn't that hard for him, considering he was a hardcore quirk analyst. He would always be watching the news for anything new related to heroes since he was still a fan of them. It had been fully about 6 months since he left Musudafu, Japan and came to Kuo town. He had not seen Katsuki since the start of school, and from what he overheard from the news, he was glad he never went to UA High since it was under a constant string of villain attacks. He was surprised that there weren't any villains in Kuo town, and when he asked some of his classmates, they told him that nobody messes with those of Kuo, and if they do, you are given the good old boot. Needless to say, Izuku was happy to be here since no villains would be in the way on his run to school. Soon the end of the day came as Izuku entered the building where the orc would be located during the final hours of the day when Izuku had a customer. Alright Izuku, this person is your newest customer, make sure to get yourself a pact, alright? Rias asked, as Izuku nodded. Stepping into the circle, he disappeared into modes of light as Rias looked over at Revel before speaking. So Revel-chan, what did you do with Izuku this morning? Rias asked, with a smug smile on her face as Revel covered her own with her hands. Izuku appeared inside a room where he found himself staring at a man with black hair, a black yukata, and a golden fringe at the front of his hair. Hello there, Red Dragon Emperor. How's it hanging? The man asked, as Izuku immediately got on edge and felt his power. It was as powerful as a fallen cadre within the Gregory, and he couldn't help but feel a little fearful at the man's smirk. Don't worry, young man. I'm not here to kill you. I just want to ask some questions. But before I do that, I should introduce myself, right? The name's Azazel, and I am the leader of the fallen angels. The Governor General of the Gregory. Azazel said, smugly smirking at Izuku's growing fearful face. Izuku stood across from the Governor General of the Gregory as the man merely stayed where he was sitting as he drank some sake. Are you going to sit down so we can have our talk? Or are you going to just stand there looking at me like I'm your alcoholic grandfather? Azazel quipped as Izuku immediately sat down, sweating up a storm. What did you wish to know? Izuku asked, fearfully. He knew the power of this man just from a mere glance. If he wanted him truly dead, he wouldn't be able to see it coming, and Deepening wasn't helping things by stating in his mind that his actions do not befit a dragon. I want to know how it goes in mastering your sacred gear. You've been working on it ever since you awakened it a few months ago, and you have done nothing but increase your power as well as technique since then. Azazel said, pulling out a notebook. Are you a nerd for sacred gears? Izuku asked as he looked at the fallen angel leader. That is beside the point, young man, now tell me what I want to know. Azazel said, looking at Izuku. Well, from what I know, I can boost my power every 10 seconds and can do a maximum number of 300 boosts before I can even start to feel a lot of strain. I attained my balance breaker in the rating game against Riser Phoenix and am learning how to use another ability of the boosted gear. Izuku said, as Azazel stopped what he was writing and looked at Izuku. What ability is that? He asked, looking like a kid in a candy store. I can transfer my build-up power to others. Just trying to figure out the amount they could handle without, blowing up. Izuku asked, as Azazel nodded his head. Yes, and from what I can sense, you had lost your virginity a few hours ago, correct? Azazel asked, as Izuku blushed crimson. How do you know about that? Izuku asked, concerned. Don't worry about it, I didn't watch you freak that phoenix brat. I merely noticed the scent of a phoenix on you and a young one at that. Azazel said, as Izuku looked away. She's the same age as me. Izuku mumbled to himself. I never said that it was wrong. Most kids your age are losing their V cards in high school anyway. What I want to know is why it took you literally to high school in order to lose said card. Azazel asked as Izuku looked at him confused. Is it not a thing to wish to keep your chastity until marriage, I mean at the very least? Izuku asked, as Azazel looked at him hard. You are aware of what I said earlier, correct? Azazel asked, receiving a nod. Well, you should have lost your own card the moment you entered middle school to high school. But the simple fact that you lost your versus card during the middle of the school year makes me worried. Azazel said, as Izuku looked even more confused now. Aren't you wishing to learn more about my sacred gear? Why did we move on to my love life? Izuku asked, morbidly confused. 2 equals 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 equals. All right, so let me get this straight. You are the descendant of a dragon and a human. Azazel started as Izuku nodded. And you have one of the most powerful sacred gears in existence, one that could literally kill gods if you wanted to. Azazel said, looking at the boy after clearing up his notes. Why yeah, Izuku said, looking at the ground as if he was being scolded. And not only did you manage to defend yourself before even knowing you had a sacred gear from 2 of my former fallen angels, but managed to kill one of them. Azazel said, as Izuku looked away before nodding. I swear, this version of the security has become so strong on his own it's as if the world didn't want to give him any kind of superpower. Azazel said, as he heard Izuku whine a little. You're shitting me, you don't have a quirk either. ? Azazel exclaimed as Izuku fidgeted in his seat. How in the living hell did you last this long in a world such as the supernatural? Azazel yelled out in frustration. If it makes you feel better, I had someone who was always forcing my body to become stronger. Izuku asked, as Azazel looked at him. A quirkless person having someone in their corner at this point in life is not heard of, young man, mainly because most, if not all of them, end their own lives before they could even achieve their dreams. Azazel said, relaying the cold hard truth about Izuku's dwindling number of quirkless population of humanity. Most people similar to me, end their lives. Why? Izuku asked, morbid horror showing on his features. It's because of the fact that they can't handle the amount of abuse from any and all peers around them to the point they just want the pain to end. I'm surprised that thought hadn't occurred to you as of yet. Azazel said, as Izuku looked at the Governor General. I always had a role model to look up to, not that I could ever meet them before. He was the #1 hero of the world, All Might. He was the one thing that kept me going in this world that lived based on the worth of someone's life based on their quirk status. Izuku said, as Azazel looked at him. And what of your parents? Where are they during all of this? Azazel asked, as he thought about giving this kid some therapy for now. I don't know about who my biological parents were. I was given up for adoption on the day I was born and lived in the orphanage ever since. I wasn't adopted until the Hyodo family had taken me in and helped me get out of the situation I had to deal with in Musudafu. Izuku said, as Azazel looked at him. So they have no clue about the abuse you had from your peers at that school? Azazel asked, as Izuku shook his head. They found out about it on the literal day I was supposed to be adopted. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. They found you being abused, didn't they? Azazel asked, as he had a deadpan face. Got it in one. Someone from my class was about to release their quirk's full power on me, but it would kill their lackeys behind me. So in order to protect them from the grasp of death, I blocked the attack, and took the entire explosion to the back of my body. Izuku said, as Azazel looked at him. You tanked a full-powered explosion on your back and survived. Who had a quirk with explosions? Azazel asked, as Izuku decided to not say that name. I would rather we move on from this, so I can get a contract and head home. It's been a long day, Izuku said, as he looked at Azazel. Oh well, I guess you can take one of the drinks here in order to count as a contract, but be aware that there is someone from my forces who had betrayed me. He looks to create another great war between the factions. I can't go after him at the moment because he's hidden himself within the town here, and I am only here to make sure that he doesn't go overboard. Azazel said, as Izuku took some sake and left the building, completing his contract. Arriving back at the Orc, Izuku slammed the door shut behind himself, garnering the attention of the rest of the peerage as his face looked like death itself was coming for him. What's wrong, Izuku? Rias asked, as Izuku sat down on the couch near Koneko. Governor Azazel was the person who I was sent to go see, Izuku said, as Rias looked at him concerned as well as confused. Why did he wish to talk to you? She asked, getting defensive of him. He wanted to talk about my sacred gear, then it switched from there to asking about my love life. Then he started to be my therapist, Izuku asked near the end of his explanation. Why your therapist? Rias asked, morbidly confused. I don't know about that either. Before I left though, he said that someone from his ranks had betrayed him and is getting ready to start another great war, whatever that is. Izuku said, as everyone was now on guard. We need to inform Sirzex about this immediately. If someone from the Gregory is wanting to start another war between the factions and they are hiding in Kuo, then we are their targets. Akeno said, pulling up a magic circle. I know, Akeno. We should call my brother and Seraphol, Rias said, as Izuku looked at both of them with confused eyes. What? Who are they? Izuku asked, as Rias smiled at him. Sirzex is my older brother, and one of the strongest devils in existence, and Seraphol is someone who is like an aunt to me and is Sona's older sister. They are both a Satan-class devil, as well as a super devil, believe it or not. Although my brother is the super devil, whilst Seraphol is the Satan-class devil. Rias explained as Izuku nodded his head. Equals 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 equals. Deep within the warehouse district within Kuo town, a broken down warehouse stands looking worse for wear as multiple figures are seen within it. There are hundreds, if not thousands of humanoid figures with black feathery wings as they looked around the place in search of what they need to start up another war. It wasn't until someone else arrived with what they were searching for that they began to look at the new arrival in reverence. He was taller than all of them, and had even more wings than they had. He had long black hair as well as pointed ears and crimson-colored pupils. Next to him stood a woman who had been through the ringer as she was bruised and bloody. She looked up at the man beside her as her body began to throb in a dull pain. This woman's name was Maria, and she was the holder of one of the most powerful swords to ever be birthed into the realm of humanity, Excalibur. At least a part of it, she wielded Excalibur. Nightmare as it allowed the user to create illusions of where she could be, but when she used the sword against her foe, he had defeated her in mere seconds. She couldn't even lift her blade in time before she was on the ground in pain as she felt as if she was about to die from the pain alone. Now though, she was standing in front of a rather large gathering of fallen angels as she looked at the one who was in charge. The one she was sent by the church in order to kill to prevent another war from breaking out between the three factions. His name was Kokobile, and he was about to give a speech to his forces. Welcome my brethren. And I hope you all are excited for our end goal for this entire war that we will wage against the entire world. Kokobile called out, smiling evilly. Maria started to collapse to the ground as some of the fallen angels looked at her in confusion as well as lust. For them she was just another breeding hole for them to use to their mind's wishes, but for them to do that she had to be defeated enough to where she couldn't do anything to stop them. She had been collecting enough power in order to create an escape route without her blade. She didn't want to be violated by these bastards and wouldn't allow it to happen anyway. She said the incantation to escape the area in her mind so that she wouldn't get caught, and just as Kokobile had finished his words to his fellow fallen angels, he tossed her in the air. Now my men, feast on this voluptuous woman's body and gain power farther than one can imagine. Kokobile called out, as Maria was sent flying to the ground below. Just as the fallen angels were about to take their lust out on her, though, she muttered a few words to escape just in the nick of time. Teleport Soru. The last thing she saw was one of the bastards reaching for something that had to be given up in order to escape. Her rather unfortunate underwear. She appeared far away from the warehouse, and as soon as she was about to pass out from the pain of her injuries, she heard someone running over to her. In a muffled tone, she only heard nothing but muffled voices around her as she used all the strength in her body to open her eyes to see who was talking to her. As soon as her lime green eyes opened up, she looked up and found a young man, who admittedly to her was a handsome young man to her. Hey, are you all right? I saw you appear out of nowhere, and you're injured. Don't worry, I will get you to safety. What's your name? The young man asked, as Maria struggled to speak. Maria, she said, before slowly passing out. The only thing she heard last was, "Don't worry Maria, you are safe now." Why? Because I am here, the boy said, before she felt her boy being picked up and taken away from the area. 1. Back at the warehouse, Kokobile smiled down at his forces as they were angered with how their prey had just escaped them. Don't worry about her, we have what we want, and it's only a matter of time before the church sends us more, and when they do, you can all have your ways with the ones they send. Kokobile said, as he walked away from the area. Looking inside another room, he found two people standing at a table as they made plans. One was a very rotund man who had a condescending smile on his face as he looked over the plans that would destroy Kuo Town. The other was a psychotic man who had lost all his sanity and had white hair and a familiar set of eyes. Fried Selzen, you are to collect any and all Excalibur pieces that arrive in this town. Bring them to me so that Valpyr Galilei can combine them to create the original Excalibur. Kokobile said, as Fried smiled before asking, "What is your plan with Excalibur?" He asked as he prepared to leave. It will be used to cut down the siblings to Searsex as well as Seraphol, and when they hear that their siblings are dead, they will crave revenge. And with it a start of a new holy war. One where the fallen angels will reign supreme and take over the world without any enemies. Hee ha 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 ha, Kokobile called out laughing at the end. Izuku laid the girl on his bed as he made sure that he used his magic in order to heal her of her injuries. He had made sure to learn some healing magic from Sona as well as Akeno in order to make sure that if he was injured and nobody was nearby, he could heal his own injuries. He had found the girl in the road last night as he was going for a late-night run in order to keep up his training. He watched as she fell onto the ground as he became worried about her as she was incredibly injured and had torn clothing. Looking closer to the girl, he found that she had red-colored hair, more akin to rubies than crimson-colored hair. He made sure that she was covered in some bandages in order to make sure that she could recover from her injuries. I hope that Maria is okay physically as well as mentally. From what it looked like she was tortured, and I don't like how that looked for her. Izuku mumbled to himself as he worked on some homework as the girl slept. As soon as he noticed how the girl was in a deep slumber, it was around midnight, and he smiled at her sleeping form. Pulling the covers of his bed over her, he looked at a small paper on his desk as he saw it was glowing. Looking at it, it was a pamphlet that Rias had made for him to send out to other areas of Musudafu nearby. Picking it up, he heard the wish coming from the other side of the pamphlet. I wish for a demon to come here and show me that they exist. The voice said, with skepticism as well as cheerfulness. Pulling the pamphlet over to his chest, he looked at Maria's sleeping form as he shook his head as he went to take care of a contract. A crimson-red glow appeared in the room as Izuku disappeared from the area just as Maria woke up from her slumber. Looking about the room, she found that it wasn't like a normal young man's room. At least from what she heard from some of her allies, she knew that some boys were perverts nowadays. And from what she saw, this boy was more of a fan of heroes than anything else, but she did notice how there were some devil markings around the place. I hope that I don't owe this devil anything like sexual favors, knowing those bastards, they would wish for me to become their slaves. Maria said, as she snuggled back into the blanket to sleep. But before falling asleep, she made one observation about the whole situation. This blanket is incredibly warm. equals 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 equals. As Izuku appeared in a room, he found himself surrounded by the color of periwinkle blue on all the walls of the room he was now in. Looking about the place, he found that the room was more akin to that of a girl who was more of a hero student, since he never seen this building before. And as he sat down on a seat nearby, he found that the place was cozier than anything, so he kept himself quiet as he waited for the person who summoned him to arrive. As soon as the person arrived, they turned on the lights as soon as they entered the room, and as soon as his presence was noticed, she looked at him for a moment before closing her bedroom door. "I know that you weren't here when I was here earlier. What brought you here? You aren't someone who goes to this school," the girl said, as Izuku shook his head. "Could you tell me your name as well as where I am?" Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. "My name is Hyodo Najire. But you can call me Najire-chan. That's me hero name." "How did you come here?" Najire asked, as Izuku thought about it. "Well, I noticed that my pamphlet had glowed ominously, and I knew that someone was summoning me. So I entered the magic circle and teleported straight to you. Although I appeared in what appears to be your bedroom, I apologize if I interrupted anything," Izuku said, bowing. "Wait, you are the one I summoned? ? You're a devil?" the girl asked, as Izuku nodded. "What is it like to live like a devil? Can you read minds? Are all devils as cute and adorable as you are? I wonder if devils have large penis sizes. Can you tell me if you do?" The girl rapid-fired questions as Izuku's sweat dropped from the number of questions she has. "Well, to answer your first question, it depends on the devil servant themselves. As for me, it's a normal thing. I got a job for making contracts in order to become stronger. We can read minds, but I would rather stay away from that portion of our powers, since I would rather give people their privacy of their minds. Not that I believe that your third question is a viable one, but not all devils are as cute and adorable as you seem to think I am. And for the NSFW portion of your question, I'm not sure if all devils have larger penis sizes, but from what I know, my size was much larger now than it was before. But I'm not sure about the other devils," Izuku said, answering each question the girl had. As she smiled at him, she began to get into a massive conversation with him about the devil faction as well as the other factions. They would spend the next few hours talking about devils as well as the other factions as well as the ones who were a part of mythology. By the time it was over, Izuku was looking worse for wear as he looked at the girl in front of him. Their talk was very long, and he wanted to get some sleep before school in the morning. "Can I talk to you again, Izuku?" Najire asked, as Izuku nodded. "Just please make sure that there is enough time for me to sleep. I am just a reincarnated servant and am still tied to this realm of sleep as much as anyone else," Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. "You need a contract, right? What would you like to have as a contract?" the girl asked, as Izuku looked at her. "How about you choose? I'm not a pervert, so I won't take clothing from you. But something that could be used as a contract would be good. Such as money as well as other things that have a certain cost," Izuku said, as Najire nodded. She then pulled out a small stack of yen as Izuku grabbed it, making it the contract. "Thank you for the contract. I hope our future conversations are just as happy as this one," Izuku said, as he smiled at Najire, as the girl smiled back. "See you later, Izuku-kun," Najire said, as Izuku used his pamphlet to teleport back to his bedroom. As soon as he arrived at the bedroom where he was supposed to sleep, he found Maria where he last saw her, sleeping on his bed as he made sure the blanket was over her body as he set up a cot on the ground and pulled a blanket over himself. He had school in the morning that he had to get to soon, and he couldn't allow himself to not have enough sleep in order to be able to work for the day. Not to mention that the previous day there was a couple of visitors from the church who had come here in order to take care of a mission they were sent out on. As he fell asleep, he never noticed the lime green eyes taking notice of him falling asleep on the ground nearby the bed as they looked at him in slight fear. The night had soon passed over and Izuku woke up from his slumber to light knocking on his bedroom door. As soon as he got out of bed, he looked underneath his bed sheets and found that he had a slightly bigger problem at the moment before leaving the room entirely. As soon as he opened the door slightly, he found Ravel looking at him expectantly, and he left the room with her in tow. "I heard some movement in your room last night. Any reason why there is a woman from the church within your room?" Ravel asked, a little jealous. "I'm just making sure that she is healed from her wounds. It's what a hero would do if he found someone on the street," Izuku said, as he yawned. Whenever he was sleepy, he was brutally honest as he went to make himself some coffee since it would increase his levels of caffeine in his system. "So you aren't in a relationship with another girl even though you're in a relationship with me and Rias?" Ravel asked, in a teasing mood. "Nope, I just saved her from her problem on the street. She was incredibly injured and bleeding. I cleaned and bandaged her wounds before keeping her in my bed last night so that she could rest. I don't need her wasting energy she could use to keep herself alive," Izuku said, as he drank some coffee. The day continued on as Izuku kept an eye on Maria as the girl woke up from her slumber to see Izuku tending to her injuries. "Are you all right, Maria-san? I know that you were incredibly injured last night, and I healed your injuries as much as I could before letting your body heal the rest on its own," Izuku asked, as Maria looked into his emerald orbs. "How are you a devil, but yet so kind?" Maria asked, as she struggled to get into a seated position. "I'm just a naturally nice guy. And besides I am a reincarnated devil. I was saved by Rias Gremory after being impaled by a spear of light. It was someone who saw me as a threat to their faction. And I managed to defeat them before I was slowly dying from my injuries," Izuku said, as Maria looked at him. She noticed that as he took off his shirt that there was some burn scars on his back as well as neck and arms as he replaced his shirt with a tank top. "Were you bullied?" she asked, as she looked intently at his scars. "Yeah, but that was because I wouldn't allow the person to attack others. They kept their eyes on me since I was more of a threat to them. It's fine, it's a sign that I survived the bullying when I was much younger. Besides, everything for me now is better. I have a new family, I have new friends, and I have someone who is much closer to me than some others," Izuku said, as he tended to the girl's wounds even more using his magic supply. "Partner, you are aware that the church has people who could be searching for ways to defeat us, right?" Deepening voiced his opinion out. "Who was that?" Maria asked, as Izuku looked at his left arm. "Deepening, what have I told you about voicing your opinions since time has passed?" Izuku scolded as Deepening became slightly worried. "Don't voice them unless they have certain grounds for future problems," Deepening said, dejectedly. "Good boy, I know that you want what's best for me, but I know what I'm doing. This girl wouldn't hurt me since she is indebted to me at the moment. I won't ask for anything at the moment, but even though I want to be a hero, the devil DNA inside me at the moment is wanting compensation," Izuku grumbled to himself as Maria heard the back and forth of the two. "You are really weird for a devil. You don't want compensation since you wish to be a hero, but your devil portion of your mind wants compensation. What would you possibly want?" she asked, as she looked into his emerald orbs. "I just want a friend, as many as I can have. I never really had any growing up as a kid up until now, and I had no family to call my own. When I become a high-class devil in terms of rank, I will make sure that any people that allow me to reincarnate them into my peerage will be treated as my own family," Izuku said, as he placed the back of his hand on Maria's forehead as she blushed slightly from the contact. "All right, other than the blush on your face, it seems like you're healthy in terms of medical stuff. I'm not that smart in terms of medical things, but I can only hope that you know more about that stuff," Izuku said, looking at Maria. "Don't you have school today?" Maria asked, as Izuku looked at the time. I have about half an hour before class begins. I should head out. Got a meeting to attend with my master's peerage. See you when I get home," Izuku asked, as Maria nodded. "If Goro and Mickey Hyodo see you in here, inform them that I helped you from the street and healed your wounds as much as I could last night," Izuku said, as Maria nodded her head again as Izuku left the room. "See you later, Maria-san," Izuku said, as he left the house with Ravel. As Izuku walked to school with Ravel, they talked about how they should move forward with Maria inside his home. "So just wondering, How are we going to tell Rias-san about how there is a holy church member just living in your room at the moment? Revel asked, as Izuku fell to the ground in anime style. I just never thought about that. We cannot allow her to know about that. Izuku called out, as Rias just so happened to hear the last bit of information. What should I not know about? She asked, as she looked at Izuku on the ground. Nothing. Just something off about my day is all, nothing you should worry about. Izuku said, running off towards the school in a hurry. Revel looked at Izuku's disappearing form as she sighed in exasperation before looking at the princess of the Gremory family. Izuku took in a church member last night. She was incredibly injured and healed her as much as he could. He didn't do anything to her at all, since he slept on the floor and had a raging boner this morning. Revel said, as Rias blushed slightly at the notion. Well, at least this coincides with what we need to tell the two members of the church who had arrived yesterday asking for an audience with me yesterday to Sona. Rias said, sighing. Okay, well, make sure that they know about what happened to this Maria person, since they should probably know that she should either be dead or missing. Revel said, as Rias nodded. The school day was normal for everyone except for Izuku. He was still trying to get his mind to get over the fact that he got a contract the previous night as well as not inform Rias about the church member sleeping in his room at the moment. As he was finishing his last assignment for the day, he turned in the homework as he left the room before heading over to the ORC. He knew that there was an important meeting with two members of the church who had entered the town. And as soon as he entered the room, he found Rias and some girls changing right in the middle of the room as if nothing was happening. Koneko was about to attack when Izuku turned around before slamming the door shut. Sorry for not knocking, Izuku called out from the other end. Well, at least he knows not to perv out. Koneko sighed before getting her clothes on. The other girls followed her lead as two in particular had pouted at how Izuku looked away immediately whilst Revel was giggling off to the side. Kiba had a confused look on his face as if he didn't know that he wasn't supposed to see his masters as well as peerage mates' naked bodies on the daily. As soon as the girls had told Izuku to come in, Rias had scolded Izuku for not informing her about the church member sleeping in his room and told him to not do it again. Although he would probably do it again because of semantics, she just wanted to have the words from his mouth saying that he would. Soon enough the church members who were supposed to come here arrived through the doors, as Izuku looked at both of them. Hello Gremory, a blue-eyed woman said, as she sat down on a couch. Hello, so how can I help you? Rias asked, as she sat formally. We came here to inform you that we will be conducting a mission within your territory in order to retrieve some weapons that were stolen from our church by a fallen angel. We have reasoned that placing the swords in your territory would bring a war between the factions alone, but it seemed like you all had no idea of their existence within your territory. The blue-eyed woman said, as Kiba became slightly more angered. As the talk continued, Izuku noticed how hostile Kiba was getting and moved over to Rias. Hey, can I take Kiba out of here? He seems to be getting heated up. Izuku whispered to Rias as she nodded. Izuku moved over to Kiba as he nudged him to leave the room with him. As the boy weakly struggled to stay, Izuku just made a firm grasp on his shoulder and moved him away. Kiba-san seems to be having a bad day, ma'am. I'm just going to take him home for the day. Izuku said, as the two church members looked at Kiba closely before nodding. As soon as Izuku and Kiba managed to get to the boy's apartment, Izuku began to ask the boy questions. Okay, so that wasn't true anger, but I felt it was closing in on fury there. So what in the world was going on in your brain, big guy? Izuku asked, as Kiba looked at him. They were holding holy weapons. Specifically, Excaliburs. They are extremely powerful holy weapons that could kill a low-ranking devil in a single strike or cut of their blade. I was forced to work with the church at a young age in order to gain control over them, but was cast aside by the man who was overseer of the whole project. Everyone who I became friends with, who became my family there. They were cast aside and killed because it was unethical. We were killed because we failed to become what that bastard wanted us to become. Kiba vented out, as Izuku pulled him outside in the backyard as they began to spar. As Kiba delved more into his past, he began to use his devil powers in order to fight as hard as he could. Izuku knew that Kiba was merely getting more and more angry, and he needed to make sure that Kiba knew that holding on to this hatred would only bring him pain. It did for him. For the longest time he hated Katsuki, and as soon as he let all the pain he caused him to go, he knew that he would be able to move on from the young man. Kiba-san, I know that you are in pain, struggling with the fact that you lost those closest to you, but I know where hatred that you are wielding right now ends up. Izuku said, as Kiba looked at him confused. How can you understand the hatred that I feel? You never lost anyone closest to you, and never had to fight with blood and tears to become what you are. Kiba called out, attacking Izuku now with even more power. Izuku dodged each strike that the boy threw at him as they continued to spar against one another. That was borderlining on Kiba wanting to kill the boy. I had to fight like you, or I had to do so every single day. I had to fight just to survive an environment who had wanted me dead every single day. I had to make sure that the injuries I got from my peers didn't cause any internal damage to the point I would require a hospital. I made sure that all the medical knowledge that I have today was earned through the same pain you went through. But you were right that I didn't lose anything yet, but the only thing I had to lose back then was the one friend that I had at the time. He was the one who was abusing me the entire time, and my naive mind wanted to just be friends with him for the longest time. Until I was adopted by my new parents Goro and Miki Hyodo, I had nothing, no one to confide in about my troubles. Sure, you could say that I had the orphanage headmistress to talk to, but she was more like a grandmother to me. Not blood or someone close who I could talk about my deepest struggles with. But the hatred that you are wielding is something that I learned to let go of, because if you continue your life, living with all of this hatred, you will only know of loss and death. Izuku said, as he landed a kick to Kiba's blade as it went to slice into his hip and broke the blade with pure force. Kiba was stunned by the momentary surprise of his blade breaking as Izuku moved faster than the boy, running on pure adrenaline and hatred could perceive, and grabbed his shoulders and slammed him to the ground as he grunted in pain. If you do not let go of this rage, this fury, it will be the one thing that causes your death. I learned that in order to let go of the pain that holds my heart in the place where I hold my rage as well as sorrow. I go back to the one place where I could find where my rage and sorrow was born and just let out a good cry. I cry about all my problems, and come to terms about the fact that, no matter how many times I try and defeat someone with anger and rage, it won't matter, because so long as the person who has a focused mind, a mind that is completely calm, will always defeat the person who is completely erratic and afraid of everything. I want you to think about the fact that you could become an even better person, an even better friend, so long as you manage to surpass your rage as well as your sorrow. You are still allowed to feel about what you had done in the past could have been done differently. But you can't change the past, but you must be able to look to the future, and if it is not what you want, you must use all the power you have in your arsenal in order to make it what you wish for it to be. You must use your power for the good of the world, for the good of humanity, as well as the good of your family. No matter who they are, you will always never be alone in this world. You have a family that can talk to you about your problems. Hell, if you can't talk to us, talk to a therapist about your issues. They are literally paid in order to deal with our freaked up minds. Just don't do what I think, no, what I know you are about to do. Izuku said, as he started to walk away from the boy. How do I lose all this hatred, all this pain? Kiba asked, as he was now on his knees looking at the form of Izuku as it stopped near the building. He looked back and Kiba could swear he saw Izuku's eyes go from being a soft emerald to being a kind amber in the summer air as he smiled down at him with an incredibly sad smile. You first must ask someone for help, Izuku said, placing his hand out for the boy to grab. Kiba looked at the hand for a while as he thought about everything that happened in his past, all the pain, everything that he lost before he became a devil, the one person he trusted more than anything being killed by the bastard who started the project. Then he looked at Izuku's face as he had the same sad smile on his face that showed compassion, fear, as well as determination. He reached out his hand as he was about to reach it. He noticed that there was something wrong with the sky. Izuku and Kiba stood back to back as they both faced off against a high-tier fallen angel and their subordinates. To think we've found devils in our territory. Come on boys, let's take some devil scum out, the high-tier fallen said, as Izuku and Kiba smirked to one another before they both went out for their own share of the fallen angel enemies that surrounded them both. As Izuku took on the high-tier fallen, Kiba knew he wasn't strong enough to take it on alone, so had Izuku there to take him on. His power alone could be enough to take it down with ease, considering he took down Riser on his own basically. As Kiba looked to his own opponents, he watched as they activated their light spears, as well as some exorcists who were abandoned by the church activate their light blades. "You know, have any of you watched Star Wars?" Kiba quipped as they all attacked. "Never heard of it, but I might watch it after your demise," one of the fallen stated as Kiba created his own version of a lightsaber, but with a black tint. "Because you all are basically using lightsabers," Kiba said, as he countered each and every attack that his opponents threw at him. As he swung his sword around as if they were mere ants, we move back over to Izuku, who was having a field day with his own opponents. "You know, I was having a heart-to-heart with Kiba. And you all interrupted it. You all are going to have to pay the price," Izuku said, as the fallen leader moved closer. "Oh, didn't know that you were into guys. Maybe we can satisfy you when we are done with you," the fallen said, as he looked lustfully at Izuku. "Sorry, but I swing the other way, not into guys. Just trying to help out a brother, you know," Izuku said, as he sent a kick to the fallen leader of the group's face. The man was sent flying into the distance as Izuku smashed his fist into another fallen angel's groin before slamming him into the ground as he decides to use a powerful move. "I know that I'm stealing a move from All Might, but..." "Detroit Smash," Izuku called out, as a massive hurricane of shockwaves came out of the fist strike. "Did you just imitate All Might?" Kiba screamed out from the other side of the battle. "I know, right? Is it almost perfect?" Izuku called out, as he received a punch to the face for his momentary distraction. 2 equals 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 equals. As soon as the fight was over and a whole ton of feathers and bodies littered the floor, Izuku and Kiba looked at one another before laughing out loud. "I can't believe that we made multiple quips towards the enemies. I wonder who their real leader was though. He couldn't have been the guy the first fought. He was way too weak," Izuku said, as he got his laughter under control and became serious. "I know, we need to keep an eye out for the fallen. If there are more of them, we need to inform Rias Bucho," Kiba said, as he stretched his whole body. "If you're out of shape, want to join me on my training sessions?" Izuku asked as he walked over. "Yep, I will need to keep myself in shape as well as constantly increasing my power and strength, but I can't stop increasing my defense. Otherwise, I will be a glass cannon," Kiba retorted as Izuku nodded. "Let's inform Rias about the fallen who attacked us, might have to do with something that she is talking to the other church members about," Izuku said, as Kiba agreed with him as they both left. They arrived inside the Orc not even a few minutes after their battle happened and saw that the place was looking slightly gloomy. "What happened?" Izuku asked, as he ran inside. "Just some bantering between factions, just glad you weren't here. Otherwise, you would have caused even more damage," Rias said, as she tended to Asia's problems. It was here that just as Izuku was about to speak, a pamphlet from his pocket had flashed and caught everyone's attention. "Looks like you have a summons, Izuku. Take care of it. I will inform Rias about what happened while we were away from the ORC," Kiba said, as Izuku looked at him. "Don't run off on your own. Rias will need you nearby in order to take on this threat," Izuku said, before disappearing into the magic circle. "So what was this about? Something happening?" Rias asked, as Kiba began to retell his tale of a battle between brothers in arms. Izuku appeared in the room where Najire had last seen him, and as soon as he appeared he found himself in a different room. Seems like Najire-chan had changed her room's layout," Izuku said to himself as he looked at the pictures. It showed a group of 3 as they were teaming up on a mission inside of an agency on a mission to take down some villains. Izuku looked at their hero suits as it showed Najire, a blonde boy with a cowlick hairstyle, as well as a boy with indigo-colored hair who looked introverted as hell. Izuku's smile at the image was filled with pain as well as sorrow, especially since he didn't have a quirk and he couldn't become a hero like he wanted to. He couldn't leave Kuo because of the fact that the place needed his protection from any enemies that could cause harm. He never heard movement from behind himself as he barely noticed the presence of a boy about to attack him from behind. As soon as he felt the slight presence of someone else behind him, he turned around and looked at who was about to attack. And he was surprised to see that it was a girl who had magenta-colored hair as she wielded a baseball bat as she swung it to his head. As soon as it smacked his head, a dull throng was heard in the room, causing some of the people outside of it to rush in, including Najire. "What's going on here?" Najire called out, as she saw Izuku standing there with a dumbfounded expression on his face. "Najire, there is a pervert in your room," the magenta-color-haired girl called out, as she tried to go for another attack. Izuku caught the baseball bat this time without even trying as he looked at her with a bland facial expression. "You know it's not nice to smack the person you summoned when I came here to grant a wish. Although it can't be anything that I'm not comfortable with," Izuku said, as Najire walked over. "Sorry about that, Yu is very protective of my stuff," Najire said, as she allowed Izuku to sit down. "Wait, you know him?" Najire. Yu asked, as she looked slightly fearful. "Yup, summoned him a few days ago. In fact, he talked to me when nobody was around to talk, and we had a lot of fun talking about quirks and stuff. He really knows his stuff when it comes to quirks," Najire said, as Izuku blushed slightly and looked away. "Well, make sure that he doesn't steal any of your panties," Yu said, leaving the room. "Sorry about her, my girlfriend is very protective of me," Najire said, as Izuku nodded. "Don't worry Najire, it's fine. Now what do you need me to do this time?" Izuku asked, as Najire looked worriedly at the ground. "Well, I just want to know if you can have sex with your customers," Najire asked, as Izuku had to think about it. "I don't know, it has to be something we are comfortable with. I would have to ask Rias about that, but why are you asking this?" Izuku asked, as Najire rubbed her thighs together a little. "Well, Yu and I will be graduating from UA soon, and we really need to get some money before getting a kid or having one. But Yu made some comments about me going to one of those hospitals to inseminate myself so that I could have a child. But I don't wish for that. I want to know if you could do it," Najire asked, as Izuku looked at her nervous expression. "When are you wishing for this to happen?" Izuku asked, worriedly. "Near the start of next year. I know that it's a long time. But Yu wanted to have a child now so she could see what it's like to raise one," Najire said, as Izuku sighed. "Well, I could have sex with you, but there is one slight problem," Izuku said, as Najire looked at him with trepidation. "What is the problem?" she asked, nervously. Well, I'm not fully human," Izuku said, as Najire thought about it. "Well duh, you are a devil, so I would be able to raise them to become a hero," Najire said, as Izuku shook his head. "That's not what I'm talking about. Sure, I'm part devil, but I'm also about 50% dragon. I don't know my parents' names, but all I know is that one is a dragon, and the other is a human. I never grew up knowing who my parents were because of the fact that I grew up in an orphanage, and since you want a child, you would essentially have to raise a young boy, girl, twins, triplets or quadruplets, whatever, and each one of them would be part dragon and part devil," Izuku said, as Najire looked at him confusedly. "What are you getting at?" she asked, as Izuku sighed. "The thing I'm getting at is the simple fact that devils and dragon children have specific diets that they have to follow as they grow up in order to become strong as well as powerful," Izuku informed, as Najire gained an expression of calm. "Oh, if it's that easy then I should want one as soon as possible," Najire said, as Izuku groaned. Are you an airhead?" Quote. Izuku asked, exasperated. "What? I want a kid. Yu wants a kid, don't you want a kid?" she asked, but Izuku thought about it now. "I don't know at the moment. All I've ever wanted was to become a hero, but at the same time, I never saw myself having children," Izuku said, as Najire looked at him worriedly. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, as Izuku looked at her. "There is a very high chance that your child will be quirkless, Najire, and it would be because of me. The dragon part of my DNA could be used to make the child seem to have a mutation quirk of a dragon, but that is it. Izuku said, as Najire nodded. I don't picture myself having kids because for a supernatural creature such as myself, it's very difficult to have one. Because we have enemies who would be jealous of our success and search out the offspring and kill them or go after those I care about. Izuku said, as Najire nodded. So, no baby making for me? Najire asked, bummed out. I never said that. Just not now. Izuku said, as Najire gained a happy expression on her face. Thank you, she said, hugging Izuku close. Since the boy was much shorter than she was, his face was pushed into her very well-endowed chest as his brain started to fry from the contact alone. Well, I will summon you when the time comes, all right? Najire asked, as Izuku nodded. I am very busy at the moment, so please make sure that when you summon me that you give me a call first. Izuku said, giving the girl his phone number. As soon as Najire placed Izuku's phone number on her phone, she smiled down at it before she remembered something. She gave him a few yen bills as Izuku nodded before disappearing into the modes of light from the magic circle. As soon as the door opened up again, it was shown to be Yu hissing at her as she glared at Najire. Did you seriously ask him to pop a baby into you? What in the world are you thinking? Yu shouted at Najire. What are you talking about? You wanted a kid, but you would rather me not have the semen placed in my womb the correct way instead of having it inserted through a syringe which could have many diseases on it if it's not cleaned. Najire asked, blandly. Najire, what if he has ulterior motives for you? What if he wanted to use you just so that he could get into your pants? Yu scolded Najire. He wouldn't do that. He had all the time in the world the last time I summoned him last time, and he didn't even do it. Najire said, as the modes of light disappeared completely. Izuku reappeared back in the ORC as he had his cheeks covered in a blush that caught the attention of the others. What happened, Izuku? Rias asked, as Izuku grunted in effort as he gave Rias the yen bills. Najire-chan, the hero student belonging to the Ukyu agency, just asked me to impregnate her when she called. Izuku said, as everyone looked at him with a bland expression. Seriously, how do you do it? How are you attracting all these women to you? Rias sighed as she shook her head. Hey, but what can I say? I have to answer her request, right? I'm not exactly against the idea of having a sexual relationship with my customer. Izuku said, looking away. But I would rather it not be seeming like I was ruining her own. Izuku said, as everyone looked at him. What, does she have a boyfriend of her own who's infertile? Rias asked, as Izuku shook his head. Turns out that Najire-chan is a lesbian, and her maid of choice is a magenta-haired girl who really hates me. Izuku said, as Rias nodded. Well, I don't know what is happening anymore, but you can head home, Izuku. We have no need of you for the rest of the day. Rias said, as she got back to her studies. See you later, Rias Bucho. Izuku said, as Rias nodded. Izuku was walking back home all alone. He had been thinking about the confrontation with Najire as well as Yu as the two girls were complete opposites of one another. Hee, it seems like opposites really do attract one another. Izuku mused to himself as he was closing in on his home. But as soon as he arrived at the house, he found someone else there standing near the doorway. What are you doing here, Katsuki? Izuku asked, as the boy looked at him. Look at that, the Quirkless freak is still alive and kicking. Heard about a Quirkless serial killer out there and thought that it'd be after you. Katsuki said, as Izuku sighed. We both know that you didn't come here in your UA uniform to talk about my safety, especially since you didn't care about it before you went to that school. Izuku said, as they had stood across from one another in the front yard. You've been working out a lot since we last spoke to one another, huh? Katsuki said, as he moved around Izuku. What are you getting at, Katsuki? Izuku asked, as the boy glared harder at Izuku. What have I told you about trying to become a hero? You'll never become one, so why are you still training to become one? Quote. Katsuki screamed at Izuku, who stood his ground. I'm not becoming a hero for humanity if that's what you're wishing for. Izuku said, as Katsuki looked at him weirdly. Then what are you becoming a hero for? Katsuki growled at Izuku, sparking his quirk from his hands. I'm doing it for another group, but it's none of your business what I do with my life. Izuku said, as he softly glared back. It was here that Izuku noticed something enter his range of perception, and in the peripheral vision he could see a brown-haired girl watching from afar. Well, it is my business. We've been close ever since we were kids. It's your job to inform me about your life, also that I could show you how much better mine is than yours. Katsuki said, as he powered up his quirk in his hands to show explosions. Wow, you learned how to create a smoke screen with that yet? No, I wonder how UA had allowed you into the school with a record like yours. Oh, wait, there is no record because everyone at Aldera hid your backstory. Izuku said, as he glared at Katsuki full force now. He was releasing his killing intent now as he noticed how the girl in the background was hiding from sight in massive fear. Izuku could smell the fear coming from the girl from where he was as well. You think that killer intent you have is going to get me to shit my pants? Katsuki growled out. No, you're just too stupid to realize when you are outmatched. Izuku said, as he turned to walk away. Don't look away from me, Deku. ? I'm the one who tells you what you do and what you can't. Katsuki screamed as he attacked Izuku. The girl had come out from her hiding place now as she ran over to see if she could stop the attack, but both Izuku and the girl knew that she couldn't make it. Izuku turned around and started to look towards Katsuki as everything began to move in slow motion. The girl watched as Izuku's movements were incredibly slow but predictably faster than Katsuki's. The girl had watched as Izuku reached out with his left hand grabbing the sparking hand of Katsuki's right hook and pulled it downward, and in that motion had pulled it around to his back and slammed a knee into his gut before slamming him on the ground in a judo throw. All of that happened in the matter of a millisecond, and Katsuki was on the ground in pain as he struggled to even get air into his body. The girl ran over to Izuku as she looked down to Bakugo as she checked Izuku for injuries from the boy's attack. Who are you? Izuku asked, as the girl moved away with a slight blush. My name is Uraraka Ochako, and I was following Bakugo-kun to make sure that he wasn't doing anything stupid. But with this knowledge I can get him in trouble with Aizawa-sensei. She said, as she used her quirk to lift Bakugo up from the ground, and Izuku created quirk-canceling cuffs to be placed on the boy's wrists. How did you get that? She asked, as Izuku showed her his devil wings. I'm part of the Gremory Devil clan within the underworld. Don't tell anyone about where my allegiance lies. I don't want the human world knowing about the supernatural. Izuku said, as Uraraka nodded as she got ready to leave. Want me to teleport you all to UA? Izuku asked, as the girl looked at him. Sure, I can use the break from chasing after Bakugo for a while. What's your name? She asked, as Izuku said his name. Midoriya Izuku. And it's nice to meet you, Uraraka-san. Izuku said, patting her head. Although as Izuku patted her head for some weird reason, the girl leaned into the touch as he looked down at her. The girl seemed to be embarrassed with her action as Izuku prepared the magic circle. So are you touch-starved? Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. My parents aren't home a lot of the time, so I get lonely sometimes. I have my friends from school, but I miss my mom and dad. Uraraka said, as Izuku gave the girl a pamphlet. Use this to summon me. We can hang out or talk to one another in your room. That way you don't have to worry about how you are alone. Besides, just from our time together for the small amount that we've known one another, I already see you as a little sister. Izuku said, as he patted the girl's head again. As the magic circle had finished being made, Izuku had Uraraka stand next to him as the circle did its thing and teleported the three back to UA grounds. But there was a slight issue with what had happened when Izuku had teleported into the UA grounds. As soon as he appeared on campus, the school alarms had gone off and the trio were immediately surrounded by dozens of pro heroes and robots. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.